Chapter 1, Medical Inquiries and Observations, Volume 1, Part 1, An Inquiry into the Natural History of Medicine among the Indians of North America, and a comparative view of their diseases and remedies with those of civilized nations. Read before the American Philosophical Society, held at Philadelphia on the 4th of February, 1774. An inquiry and see gentlemen upon this occasion. When I reflect upon the entertainment you propose to yourselves from the eloquence of that learned member, Mr. Charles Thompson, whom your suffrages appointed to this honor after the delivery of the last anniversary oration. Unhappily, for the interests of science, his want of health has not permitted him to comply with your appointment. I beg, therefore, that you would forget for a while the abilities necessary to execute this task with propriety, and listen with candor to the efforts of a member whose attachment to the society was the only qua parts of it. Lification, that entitled him to the honor of your choice. The subject I have chosen for this evening's entertainment is an inquiry into the natural history of medicine among the Indians in North America, and a comparative view of their diseases and remedies with those of civilized Nantions. You will readily anticipate the difficulty of doing justice to this subject. How shall we distinguish between the original diseases of the Indians and those contracted from their intercourse with the Europeans? By what arts shall we persuade them to discover their remedies? And lastly, how shall we come at the knowledge of facts in that cloud of errors, in which the credulity of the Europeans and the superstition of the Indians have involved both their diseases and remedies? These difficulties serve to increase the importance of our subject. If I should not be able to solve them, perhaps I may lead the way to more successful endeavors for that purpose. I shall first limit the tribes of Indians who are to be the objects of this inquiry to those who inhabit that part of North America, which extends from the 30th to the 60th degree of latitude. When we exclude the Eskimo who inhabit the shores of Hudson's Bay, we shall find a general resemblance in the color, manners, and state of society among all the tribes of Indians who inhabit the extensive tract of country above mentioned. Civilians have divided nations into savage, barbarous, and civilized. The savage live by fishing and hunting, the barbarous by pasturage or cattle, and the civilized by agriculture. Each of these is connected together in such a manner that the whole appear to form different parts of a circle. Even the manners of the most civilized nations partake of those of the savage. It would seem as if liberty and indolence were the highest pursuits of man, and these are enjoyed in their greatest perfection by savages, or in the practice of customs which resemble those of savages. The Indians of North America partake chiefly of the manner of savages. In the earliest accounts we have of them, we find them cultivating a spot of ground. The maize is an original grain among them. The different dishes of it, which are in use among the white people, still retain Indian names. It will be unnecessary to show that the Indians live in a state of society adapted to all the exigencies of their mode of life. Those who look for the simplicity and perfection of the state of nature must seek it in systems as absurd in philosophy as they are delightful in poetry. Before we attempt to ascertain the number or history of the diseases of the Indians, it will be necessary to inquire into those customs among them which we know influence diseases. For this purpose I shall first mention a few facts which relate to the birth and treatment of their children. Secondly, I shall speak of their diet. Thirdly, of the customs which are peculiar to the sexes, and fourthly, of those customs which are common to them both of the birth and treatment of their children. Much of the future health of the body depends upon its original stamina. A child born of healthy parents always brings into the world a system formed by nature to resist the causes of diseases. The treatment of children among the Indians tends to secure this hereditary firmness of constitution. Their first food is their mother's milk, to harden them against the action of heat and cold, the natural enemies of health and life among the Indians. They are plunged every day into cold water, in order to facilitate their being moved from place to place, and at the same time to preserve their shape. They are tied to a board, where they lie on their backs for 6, 10, or 18 months. A child generally sucks its mother till it is 2 years old, and sometimes longer. It is easy to conceive how much vigor their bodies must acquire from this simple but wholesome nourishment. The appetite we sometimes observe in children for flesh is altogether artificial. The peculiar irritability of the system in infancy forbids stimulating aliment of all kinds. Nature never calls for animal food till she has provided the child during several years' residence at Fort Pitt, directed his inquiries into their customs, diseases, and remedies with a success that does equal honor to his ingenuity and diligence. With those teeth which are necessary to divide it, I shall not undertake to determine how far the wholesome quality of the mother's milk is increased by her refusing the embraces of her husband during the time of giving suck. The diet of the Indians is of a mixed nature, being partly animal and partly vegetable. Their animals are wild and therefore easy of digestion. As the Indians are naturally more disposed to the indolent employment of fishing than hunting in summer, so we find them living more upon fish than land animals in that season of the year. Their vegetables consist of roots and fruits, mild in themselves or capable of being made so by the action of fire. Although the interior parts of our continent abound with salt springs, yet I cannot find that the Indians use salt in their diet, till they were instructed to do so by the Europeans. The small quantity of fixed alkali contained in the ashes on which they roasted their meat could not add much to its stimulating quality. They preserved their meat from putrefaction by cutting it into small pieces and exposing it in summer to the sun, and in winter to the frost. In the one case its moisture is dissipated, and in the other so frozen that it cannot undergo the putrefactive process. In dressing their meat they are careful to preserve its juices. They generally prefer it in the form of soups. Hence we find that among them the use of the spoon preceded that of the knife and fork. They take the same pains to preserve the juice of their meat when they roast it, by turning it often. The efficacy of this animal juice in dissolving meat in the stomach has not been equaled by any of those sauces or liquors which modern luxury has mixed with it for that purpose. The Indians have no set time for eating, but obey the gentle appetites of nature as often as they are called by them. After whole days spent in the chase or in war, they often commit those excesses in eating to which long abstinence cannot fail of prompting them. It is common to see them spend 3 or 4 hours in satisfying their hunger. This is occasioned not more by the quantity they eat than by the pains they take in masticating it. They carefully avoid drinking water in their marches, from an opinion that it lessens their ability to bear fatigue. We now come to speak of those customs which are peculiar to the sexes, and first of those which belong to the women. They are doomed by their husbands to such domestic labor as gives the firmness to their bodies, bordering upon the masculine. Their menses seldom begin to flow before they are 18 or 20 years of age, and generally cease before they are 40. They have them in small quantities, but at regular intervals they seldom marry till they are about 20. The constitution has now acquired a vigor which enables it the better to support the convulsions of childbearing. This custom likewise guards against a premature old age. Dr. Bancroft ascribes the haggard looks, the loose hanging breasts, and the prominent bellies of the Indian women at Guiana entirely to their bearing children too early. Where marriages are unfruitful, which is seldom the case, a separation is obtained by means of an easy divorce, so that they are unacquainted with the disquietudes which sometimes arise from barrenness. During pregnancy, the women are exempted from the more laborious parts of their duty. Hence, miscarriages rarely happen among them. Nature is their only midwife. Their labors are short and accompanied with little pain. Each woman is delivered in a private cabin without so much as one of her own sex to attend her. After washing herself in cold water, she returns in a few days to her usual employments, so that she knows nothing of those accidents which proceed from the carelessness or ill management of midwives, or those weaknesses which arise from a month's confinement in a warm room. It is remarkable that there is hardly a period in the interval between the eruption and the ceasing of the menses in which they are not pregnant or giving suck. This is the most natural state of the constitution during that interval, and hence we often find it connected with the best state of health in the women of civilized nations. The customs peculiar to the Indian men consist chiefly in those employments which are necessary to preserve animal life and to defend their nation. These employments are hunting and war, each of which is conducted in a manner that tends to call forth every fiber into exercise, and to ensure them the possession of the utmost possible health. In times of plenty and peace, we see them sometimes rising from their beloved indolence and shaking off its influence by the salutary exercises, dancing and swimming. The Indian men seldom marry before they are 30 years of age. They no doubt derive considerable vigor from this custom, for while they are secured by it from the enervating effects of the premature dalliance of love, they may ensure more certain fruitfulness to their wives, and entail more certain health upon their children. Tacitus describes the same custom among the Germans, and attributes to it the same good effects. Sera juvenum Venus, ioc inexhausta pubertas, ni virgines festinantur, idem juventa. Similis proceritas pares valin dic misenter. Assi robora parentum liberi referunt. Among the Indian men, it is deemed a mark of heroism to bear the most exquisite pain without complaint. Upon this account, they early inure themselves to burning part of their bodies with fire, or cutting them with sharp instruments. No young man can be admitted to the honors of manhood or war who has not acquitted himself well in these trials of patience and fortitude. It is easy to conceive how much this contributes to give a tone to the nervous system, which renders it less subject to the occasional causes of diseases. We come now to speak of those customs which are common to both sexes. These are farmari putin, lib the 6-2-0 painting, and the use of the cold bath. The practice of anointing the body with oil is common to the savages of all countries. In warm climates, it is said to promote longevity by checking excessive perspiration. The Indians generally use bear's grease, mixed with a clay which bears the greatest resemblance to the color of their skins. This pigment serves to lessen the sensibility of the extremities of the nerves. It moreover fortifies them against the action of those exhalations, which we shall mention hereafter as a considerable source of their diseases. The cold bath likewise fortifies the body and renders it less subject to those diseases which arise from the extremes and vicissitudes of heat and cold. We shall speak hereafter of the Indian manner of using it. It is a practice among the Indians never to drink before dinner when they work or travel. Experience teaches that filling the stomach with cold water in the forenoon weakens the appetite and makes the system more sensible of heat and fatigue. The state of society among the Indians excludes the influence of most of those passions which disorder the body. The turbulent effects of anger are concealed in deep and lasting resentments. Envy and ambition are excluded by their equality of power and property. Nor is it necessary that the perfections of the whole sex should be ascribed to one to induce them to marry. The weakness of love, says Dr. Adam Smith, which is so much indulged in ages of humanity and politeness, is regarded among savages as the most unpardonable effeminacy. A young man told think himself disgraced forever if he showed the least preference of one woman above another, or did not express the most complete indifference, both about the time when and the person to whom he was to be married. Thus are they exempted from those violent or lasting diseases which accompany the several stages of such passions in both sexes among civilized nations. It is remarkable that there are no deformed Indians. Some have suspected from this circumstance that they put their deformed children to death. But nature here acts the part of an unnatural mother. The severity of the Indian manners destroy them. Since the intercourse of the white people with the Indians, we find some of them deformed in their limbs. This deformity, upon inquiry, appears to be produced by those from a review of the customs of the Indians. We need not be surprised at the stateliness, regularity of features, and dignity of aspect by which they are characterized. Where we observe these among ourselves, there is always a presumption of their being accompanied with health and a strong constitution. The circulation of the blood is more languid in the Indians than in persons who are in the constant exercise of the habits of civilized life. Out of 8 Indian men whose pulses I once examined at the wrists, I did not meet with one in whom the artery beat more than 60 strokes in a minute. The marks of old age appear more early among Indian than among civilized nations. Having finished our inquiry into the physical customs of the Indians, we shall now proceed to inquire into their diseases. A celebrated professor of anatomy has asserted that we could not tell by reasoning a priori that the body was mortal So intimately woven with its texture are the principles of life. Lord Bacon declares that the envie cause of death, which is AML accidents, quarrels, and C, which have been introduced among them by spirituous liquor natural to man, is that from old age, and complains of the imperfection of physic in not being able to guard the principle of life, until the whole of the oil that feeds it is consumed. We cannot as yet admit this proposition of our noble philosopher. In the inventory of the grave in every country, we find more of the spoils of youth and manhood than of a hashish. This must be attributed to moral as well as physical causes. We need only recollect the custom among the Indians of sleeping in the open air in a variable climate, the alternate action of heat and cold upon their bodies, to which the warmth of their cabins exposes them, their long marches, their excessive exercise, their intemperance in eating, to which their long fasting and their public feasts naturally prompt them, and lastly, the vicinity of their habitations to the banks of rivers, in order to discover the empire of diseases among them in every stage of their lives. They have in vain attempted to elude the general laws of mortality, while their mode of life subjects them to these remote but certain causes of diseases. From what we know of the action of these powers upon the human body, it will hardly be necessary to appeal to facts to determine that fevers constitute the only diseases among the Indians. These fevers are occasioned by the insensible qualities of the air. Those which are produced by cold and heat are of the inflammatory kind, such as pleurisy, parapneumonies, and rheumatisms. Those which are produced by the insensible qualities of the air, or by putrid exhalations, are intermitting, remitting, inflammatory, and malignant, according as the exhalations are combined with more or less heat or cold. The dysentery, which is an Indian disease, comes under the class of fevers. It appears to be the febris introversa of Dr. Sydenham. The Indians are subject to animal and vegetable poisons. The effects of these upon the body are in some degree analogous to the exhalations we have mentioned. When they do not bring on sudden death, they produce, according to their force, either a common inflammatory or a malignant fever. The smallpox and the venereal disease were communicated to the Indians of North by the Europeans, nor can I find that they were ever subject to the scurvy. Whether this was obviated by their method of preserving their flesh, or by their mixing it at all times with vegetables, I shall not undertake to determine. Their volume. I see peculiar customs and manners seem to have exempted them from this, as well as from the common diseases of the skin. I have heard of 2 or 3 cases of the gout among the Indians, but it was only among those who had learned the use of rum from the white people. A question naturally occurs here, and that is, why does not the gout appear more frequently among Thai class of people, who consume the greatest quantity of rum among ourselves? To this, I answer, that the effects of this liquor upon those enfeebled people are too sudden and violent to admit of their being thrown upon the extremities, as we know them to be among the Indians. They appear only in visceral obstructions and a complicated train of chronic diseases. Thus, putrid miasmata are sometimes too strong to bring on a fever, but produce instant debility and death. The gout is seldom heard of in Russia, Denmark, or Poland. Is this occasioned by the vigor of constitution peculiar to the inhabitants of those northern countries? Or is it caused by their excessive use of spirituous liquors, which produce the same chronic complaints among them, which we said were common among the lower class of people in this country? The similarity of their diseases makes the last of these suppositions the most probable. The effects of wine, like tyranny in a well-formed government, are felt first in the extremities, while spirits, like a bold invader, seize at once upon the vitals of the constitution. After much inquiry, I had not been able to find a single instance of fatuity among the Indians, and but few instances of melancholy and madness, nor can I find any accounts of diseases from worms among them. Worms are common to most animals. They produce diseases only in weak, or increase them in strong constitutions. Hence they have no place in the nosological systems of physic. Nor is dentition accompanied by disease among the Indians. The facility with which the healthy children of healthy parents cut their teeth among civilized nations gives us reason to conclude that the Indian children never suffer from this quarter. The Indians appear moreover to be strangers to diseases and pains in the teeth, The employments of the Indians subject them to many accidents, hence we sometimes read of wounds, fractures, and luxations among them. Having thus pointed out the natural diseases of the Indians and shown what diseases are foreign to them, we may venture to conclude that fevers, old age, casualties, and war are the only natural outlets of human life. War is nothing but a disease. It is founded in the imperfection of political bodies, just as fevers are founded on the weakness of the animal body. Providence in these diseases seems to act like a mild legislature, which mitigates the severity of death by inflicting it in a manner the least painful upon the whole to the patient and the survivors. Let us now inquire into the remedies of the Indians. These, like their diseases, are simple and few in number. Among the first of them we shall mention the powers of nature. Fevers, we said formerly, constituted the chief of the diseases among the Indians. They are likewise, in the hands of nature, the principal instruments to remove the evils which threaten her dissolution, but the event of these efforts of nature, no doubt, soon convinced the Indians of the danger of trust in her in all cases, and hence in the earliest accounts we have of their manners, we read of persons who were entrusted with the office of physicians. It will be difficult to find out the exact order in which the Indian remedies were suggested by nature or discovered by art, nor will it be easy to arrange them in proper order. I shall, however, attempt it by reducing them to natural and artificial. To the class of natural remedies belongs the Indian practice of abstracting from their patients all kinds of stimulating alum. The compliance of the Indians with the dictates of nature in the early stage of a disease, no doubt, prevents in many cases their being obliged to use any other remedy. They follow nature still closer in allowing their patients to drink plentifully of cold water, this being the only liquor a patient calls for in a fever. Sweating is likewise a natural remedy. It was probably suggested by observing fevers to be terminated by it. I shall not inquire how far these sweats are essential to the crisis of a fever. The Indian mode of procuring this evacuation is as follows. The patient is confined in a close tent or wigwam over a hole in the earth in which a red-hot stone is placed. A quantity of water is thrown upon this stone, which instantly involves the patient in a cloud of vapor and sweat. In this situation he rushes out and plunges himself into a river, from whence he retires to his bed. If the remedy has been used with success, he rises from his bed in 24 hours, perfectly recovered from his indisposition. This remedy is used not only to cure fevers, but remove that uneasiness which arises from fatigue of body. A third natural remedy among the Indians is purging. The fruits of the earth, the flesh of birds, and other animals feeding upon particular vegetables, and above all the spontaneous efforts of nature, early led the Indians to perceive the necessity and advantages of this evacuation. Vomits constitute their fourth natural remedy. They were probably, like the former, suggested by nature and accident. The ipecacuanha is one of the many roots they employ for that purpose. The artificial remedies made use of by the Indians are bleeding, caustics, and astringent medicines. They confine bleeding entirely to the part affected. To know that opening a vein in the arm or foot would relieve a pain in the head or side supposes some knowledge of the animal economy, and therefore marks an advanced period in the history of medicine. Sharp stones and thorns are the instruments they use to procure a discharge of blood. We have an account of the Indians using something like a potential caustic in obstinate pains. It consists of a piece of rotten wood called punk, which they place upon the part affected and afterwards set it on fire. The fire gradually consumes the wood, and one of its ashes burn a hole in the flesh. The undue efforts of nature in those fevers which are connected with a diarrhea or dysentery, together with those hemorrhages to which their mode of life exposed them, necessarily led them to an early discovery of some astringent vegetables. I am uncertain whether the Indians rely upon astringent or any other vegetables for the cure of the intermitting fever. This disease among them probably requires no other remedies than the cold bath or cold air. Its greater obstinacy, as well as frequency, among 24 natural history of medicine ourselves, must be sought for in the greater feebleness of our constitutions, and in that change which our country has undergone from meadows, mill dams, and the cutting down of woods, whereby morbid exhalations have been multiplied, and their passage rendered more free through every part of country. This is a short account of the remedies of the Indians. If they are simple, they are like their eloquence, full of strength. If they are few in number, they are accommodated as their languages are to their ideas, to the whole of their diseases. We said formerly that the Indians were subject to accidents such as wounds, fractures, and the like. In these cases, nature performs the office of a surgeon. We may judge of her qualifications for this office by observing the marks of wounds and fractures, which are sometimes discovered on wild animals. But further, what is the practice of our modern surgeons in these cases? Is it not to lay aside plasters and ointments and trust the whole to nature? Those ulcers which require the assistance of mercury bark and a particular regimen are unknown to the Indians. The hemorrhages which sometimes follow their wounds are restrained by plunging themselves into cold water, and thereby producing a constriction upon the bleeding vessels. Their practice of attempting to recover drowned people is irrational and unsuccessful. It consists in suspending the patient by the heels, in order that the water may flow from his mouth. This practice is founded on a belief that the patient dies from swallowing an excessive quantity of water. But modern observations teach us that drowned people die from another cause. This discovery has suggested a method of cure directly opposite to that in use among the Indians, and has shown us that the practice of suspending by the heels is hurtful. I do not find that the Indians ever suffer in their limbs from the action of sea hold upon them. Their moccasins, by allowing their feet to move freely, and thereby promoting the circulation of the blood, defend their lower extremities in the daytime. And their practice of sleeping with their feet near a fire defends them from the morbid effects of cold at night. In those cases where the motion of their feet in their moccasins is not sufficient to keep them warm, they break the ice and restore their warmth by exposing them for a short time to the action of cold water. We have heard much of their specific antidotes to the venereal disease. In the accounts of these anti-venereal medicines, some abatement should be made for that love of the marvelous and of novelty which are apt to creep into the writings of travelers and physicians. How many medicines which were once thought infallible in this disease are now rejected from the materia medica? I have found upon inquiry that the Indians always assist their medicines in this disease by a regimen which promotes perspiration. Should we allow that mercury acts as a specific in destroying this disease, it does not follow that it is proof against the efficacy of medicines which act more mechanically upon the body. Escape that were much exposed to the cold who wore shoes. If I cannot help suspecting the anti-venereal qualities of the lobelia, Ceanothus, and ranunculus, spoken of by Mr. Kalm in the Memoirs of the Swedish Academy. Mr. Hand informed me that the Indians rely chiefly upon a plentiful. There cannot be a stronger mark of the imperfect state of knowledge in medicine among the Indians than their method of treating the smallpox. We are told that they plunge themselves in cold water in the beginning of the disease, and that it often proves fatal to them. Travelers speak in high terms of the Indian antidotes to poisons. We must remember that many things have been thought poisonous, which later experience hath proved to possess no unwholesome quality. Moreover, the uncertainty and variety in the operation of poisons renders it extremely difficult to fix the certainty of the antidotes to them. Of many specifics have derived their credit for preventing the hydrophobia from persons being wounded by animals who were not in a situation to produce that disease. If we may judge of all the Indian antidotes to poisons by those which have fallen into our hands, we have little reason to ascribe much to them in any cases whatever. Hash. I have heard of their performing several remarkable cures upon stiff joints by an infusion of use of the decoctions of the pine trees for the cure of the venereal disease. He added, moreover, that he had often known this disease prove fatal to them. Certain herbs in water, the mixture of several herbs together in this infusion, calls in question the specific efficacy of each of them. I cannot help attributing the whole success of this remedy to the great heat of the water in which the herbs were boiled, and to its being applied for a long time to the part affected. We find the same medicine to vary frequently in its success, according to its strength, or to the continuance of its application. De Haan attributes the good effects of electricity entirely to its being used for several months. I have met with one case upon record of their aiding nature in parturition. Captain Carver gives us an account of an Indian woman in a difficult labor, being suddenly delivered in consequence of a general convulsion induced upon her system by stopping, for a short time, her mouth and nose, so as to obstruct her breathing. We are sometimes amused with accounts of Indian remedies for the dropsy, epilepsy, colic, gravel, and gout, if, with all the advantages which modern physicians derive from their knowledge in anatomy, chemistry, botany, and philosophy, if, with the benefit of discoveries communicated from abroad, as well as handed down from our ancestors by more certain methods than tradition, we are still ignorant of certain remedies for these diseases. What can we expect from the Indians, who are not only deprived of these advantages, but want our chief motive, the sense of the pain and danger of those diseases, to prompt them to seek for such remedies to relieve them? There cannot be a stronger proof of their ignorance of proper remedies for new or difficult diseases than their having recourse to enchantment. But to be more particular, I have taken pains to inquire into the success of some of these Indian specifics, and have never heard of one well-attested case of their efficacy. I believe they derive all their credit from our being ignorant of their composition. The influence of secrecy is well known in establishing the credit of a medicine. The sal signet was supposed to be an infallible medicine for the intermitting fever, while the manufactory of it was confined to an apothecary at Rochelle. But it lost its virtues as soon as it was found to be composed of the acid of tartar and the fossil alkali. Dr. Ward's famous pill and drop ceased to do wonders in scrofulous cases as soon as he bequeathed to the world his receipts for making them. I foresee an objection to what has been said concerning the remedies of the Indians, drawn from that knowledge which experience gives to a mind intent upon one subject. We have heard much of the perfection of their senses of seeing and hearing. An Indian, we are told, will discover not only a particular tribe of Indians by their footsteps, but the distance of time in which they were made. In those branches of knowledge which relate to hunting and war, the Indians have acquired a degree of perfection that has not been equaled by civilized nations. But we must remember that medicine among them does not possess the like advantages with the arts of war and hunting, of being the chief object of their attention. The physician and the warrior are united in one character. To render him as able in the former as he is in the latter profession would require an entire abstraction from every other employment, and a familiarity with external objects which are incompatible with the wandering life of savages. Thus have we finished our inquiry into the diseases and remedies of the Indians in North America. We come now to inquire into the diseases and remedies of civilized nations. Nations differ in their degrees of civilization. We shall select one for the subject of our inquiries which is most familiar to us, I mean the British nation. Here we behold subordination and classes of mankind established by government, commerce, manufactures, and certain customs common to most of the civilized nations of Europe. We shall trace the origin of their diseases through their customs in the same manner as we did those of the Indians. It will be sufficient to name the degrees of heat, the improper element, the tight dresses, and the premature studies children are exposed to in order to show the ample scope for diseases which is added to the original defect of stamina they derive from their ancestors. Too, civilization rises in its demands upon the health of women. Their fashions, their dress and diet, their eager pursuits and ardent enjoyment of pleasure, their indolence and undue evacuations in pregnancy, their cordials, hot regimen, and neglect or use of art in childbirth, are all so many inlets to disease. Humanity would fain be silent, while philosophy calls upon us to mention the effects of interested marriages, and of disappointments in love, increased by that concealment which the tyranny of custom has imposed upon the sex. Each of these exaggerates the natural, and increases the number of artificial diseases among women. The diseases introduced by civilization extend themselves through every class and profession among men. How fatal are the effects of idleness and intemperance among the rich, and of hard labor and penury among the poor. What pallid looks are contracted by the votaries of science from hanging over the sickly taper? How many diseases are entailed upon manufacturers by the materials in which they work and the posture of their bodies? What monkish diseases do we observe from monkish continents and monkish vices? We pass over the increase of accidents from building, sailing, riding, and the like. War, as if too slow in destroying the human species, p. 357, calls in a train of diseases peculiar to civilized nations. What havoc have the corruption and monopoly of provisions, a damp soil, and an unwholesome sky made in a few days in an army? The achievements of British valor at the Havana in the last war were obtained at the expense of 90 men, 70 of whom perished with the West India fever. Even our modern discoveries in geography, by extending the empire of commerce, have likewise extended the empire of diseases. What desolation have the East and West Indies made of British subjects? It has been found, upon a nice calculation, that only 10 of 100 Europeans live above 7 years after they arrive in the island of Jamaica. It would take up too much of our time to point out all the customs, both physical and moral, which influence diseases among both sexes. The former have engendered the seeds of diseases in the human body itself. Hence the origin of catarrhs, jail, and miliary fevers, with a long train of other diseases, which compose so great a part of our books of medicine. The latter likewise have a large share in producing diseases. I am not one of those modern philosophers who derive the vices of mankind from the influence of civilization, but I am safe in asserting that their number and malignity increase with the refinements of polished life. To prove this, we need only survey a scene too familiar to affect us. It is a bedlam which injustice, inhumanity, avarice, pride, vanity, and ambition have filled with inhabitants. Thus have I briefly pointed out the customs which influence the diseases of civilized nations. It remains now that we take notice of their diseases, without naming the many new fevers, fluxes, hemorrhages, swellings from water, wind, flesh, fat, pus, and blood, foulnesses on the skin, from cancers, leprosy, yaws, poxes, and itch. And lastly, the gout, the hysteria, and the hypochondriasis, in all their variety of known and unknown shapes. I shall sum up all that is necessary upon this subject by adding that the number of diseases which belong to civilized nations, according to Dr. Cullen's Nosology, amounts to 1387. The single class of nervous diseases forms 612 of this number. Before we proceed to speak of the remedies of civilized nations, we shall examine into the abilities of nature in curing their diseases. We found her active and successful in curing the diseases of the Indians. Are her strength, wisdom, or benignity equal to the increase of those dangers which threaten her dissolution among civilized nations? In order to answer this question, it will be necessary to explain the meaning of the term nature. By nature, in the present case, I understand nothing but physical necessity. This at once excludes everything like intelligence from her operations. These are all performed in obedience to the same laws which govern vegetation and plants, and the intestine motions of fossils. They are as truly mechanical as the laws of gravitation, electricity, or magnetism. A ship, when laid on her broadside by a wave or a sudden blast of wind, rises by the simple laws of her mechanism. But suppose this ship to be attacked by fire, or a waterspout, we are not to call in question the skill of the shipbuilder if she be consumed by the one, or sunk by the other. In like manner, the author of nature hath furnished the body with powers to preserve itself from its natural enemies. But when it is attacked by those civil foes which are bred by the peculiar customs of civilization, it resembles a company of Indians, armed with bows and arrows, against the complicated and deadly machinery of firearms. To place this subject in a proper light, I shall deliver a history of the operations of nature in a few of the diseases of civilized nations. There are cases in which nature is still successful in curing diseases. In fevers, she still deprives us of our appetite for animal food and imparts to us a desire for cool air and cold water. In hemorrhages, she produces a faintness, which occasions a coagulum in the open vessels, so that the further passage of blood through them is obstructed. In wounds of the flesh and bones, she discharges foreign matter by exciting an inflammation, and supplies the waste of both with new flesh and bone. There are cases where the efforts of nature are too feeble to do service, as in malignant and chronic fevers. There are cases where the efforts of nature are overproportioned to the strength of the disease, as in the cholera morbus and dysentery. There are cases where nature is idle, as in the atonic stages of the gout, the cancer, the epilepsy, the mania, the venereal disease, the apoplexy, and the tetanus V. There are cases in which nature does mischief. She wastes herself with an unnecessary fever in a dropsy and consumption. She throws a plethora upon the brain and lungs in the apoplexy and parapneumonia, Nutha. She ends a pleurisy and parapneumonia in a vomica, or empiema. She creates an unnatural appetite for food in the hypochondriac disease. And lastly, she drives the melancholy patient to solitude, where by brooding over the subject of his insanity, he increases his disease. We are accustomed to hear of the salutary kindness of nature in alarming us with pain, to prompt us to seek for a remedy. But there are cases in which she refuses to send this harbinger of the evils which threaten her, as in the aneurism, scurhus, and stone in the bladder. There are cases where the pain is not proportioned to the danger, as in the tetanus, consumption, and dropsy of the head. And, yet, there are cases where the pain is overproportioned to the danger, as in the paranesia and toothache. This is a short account of the operations of nature in the diseases of civilized nations. A lunatic might as well plead against the sequestration of his estate, because he once enjoyed the full exercise of his reason, or because he still had lucid intervals, as nature be exempted from the charges we have brought against hen. But this subject will receive strength from considering the remedies of civilized nations. All the products of the vegetable fossil and animal kingdoms tortured by heat and mixture into an almost infinite variety of forms. Bleeding, cupping, artificial drains by setons, issues, and blisters, exercise, active and passive, voyages and journeys, baths, warm and cold, waters, saline, aerial, and mineral, food by weight and measure, the royal touch, enchantment, miracles. In a word, the combined discoveries of natural history and philosophy, united into a system of materia medica, all show that, although physicians are in speculation the servants, yet in practice they are the masters of nature. The whole of their remedies seem contrived on purpose to arouse, assist, restrain, and contrive for operate. There are some truths, like certain liquors, which require strong heads to bear them. I feel myself protected from the prejudices of vulgar minds when I reflect that I am delivering these sentiments in a society of philosophers. Let us now take a comparative view of the diseases and remedies of the Indians with those of civilized nations. We shall begin with their diseases. In our account of the diseases of the Indians, we beheld Death executing his cometh ion, it is true, but then his dart was hid in a mantle under which he concealed his shape. But among civilized nations we behold him multiplying his weapons in proportion to the number of organs and functions in the body, and pointing each of them in such a manner as to render his messengers more terrible than himself. We said formerly that fevers constituted the chief diseases of the Indians. According to Dr. Sydenham's computation, above 66, 0 out of 100, 0 died of fevers in London about 100 years ago, but fevers now constitute but a little more than 1/10 part of the diseases of that city. Out of 21,780 persons who died in London between December 1770 and December 1773, died of simple fevers. I have more than once heard Dr. Huck complain that he could find no marks of epidemic fevers in London, as described by Dr. Sydenham. London has undergone a revolution in its manners and customs since Dr. Sydenham's time. New diseases, the offspring of luxury, have supplanted fevers, and the few that are left are so complicated with other diseases that their connection can no longer be discovered with an epidemic constitution of the year. The pleurisy and parapneumonia, those inflammatory fevers of strong constitutions, are now lost in catarrhs or colds, which, instead of challenging the powers of nature or art to a fair combat, insensibly undermine the constitution. and bring on an incurable consumption. Out of 434 who died in London between December 1769 and the same month in 1770, 4,594 perished with that British disease. Our countryman, Dr. Maclard, has ventured to foretell that the gout will be lost in a few years, in a train of hypochondriac, hysteric, and bilious diseases. In like manner, may we not look for a season when fevers, the natural diseases of the human body, will be lost in an inundation of artificial diseases brought on by the modish practices of civilization? It may not be improper to compare the prognosis of the Indians in diseases with that of civilized nations before we take a comparative view of their remedies. The Indians are said to be successful in predicting the events of disease. While diseases are simple, the marks which distinguish them or characterize their several stages are generally uniform and obvious to the most indifferent observer. These marks afford so much certainty that the Indians sometimes kill their physicians for a false prognosis, charging the death of the patient to their carelessness or ignorance. They estimate the danger of their patients by the degrees of appetite. While an Indian is able to eat, he is looked upon as free from danger. But when we consider the number and variety in the signs of diseases among civilized nations, together with the shortness of life, the fallacy of memory, and the uncertainty of observation, where shall we find a physician willing to risk his reputation, much less his life, upon the prediction of the event of our acute diseases? We can derive no advantage from the simple sign by which the Indians estimate the danger of their patients. For we daily see a want of appetite for food in diseases which are attended with no danger. And we sometimes observe an unusual degree of this appetite to precede the agonies of death. I honor the name of Hippocrates, but forgive me, ye votaries of antiquity, if I attempt to pluck a few gray hairs from his venerable head. I was once an idolater at his altar, nor did I turn apostate from his worship till I was taught that not a tenth part of his prognostics corresponded with modern experience or observation. The pulse, urine, and sweats, from which the principal signs of life and death have been taken, are so variable in most of the acute diseases of civilized nations that the wisest physicians have in some measure excluded the prognosis from being a part of their profession. I am here insensibly led to make an apology for the instability of the theories and practice of physic. The theory of physic is founded upon the laws of the animal economy. These, unlike the laws of the mind or the common laws of matter, do not appear at once, but are gradually brought to light by the phenomena of diseases. The success of nature in curing the simple diseases of Saxony laid the foundation for the Anometic A of Dr. Stahl. The endemics of Holland led Dr. Boerhaave to seek for the observations on the pulse, and those made by Dr. Solano. The climate and customs of the people in Spain being so different from the climate and customs of the present inhabitants of Britain may account for the diversity of their observations. Dr. Heberden's remarks upon the pulse in the second volume of the Medical Transactions are calculated to show how little the issue of diseases can be learned from it, causes of all diseases in the fluids, and the universal prevalence of diseases of the nerves in Great Britain led Dr. Cullen to discover their peculiar laws, and to found a system upon them, a system which will probably last till some new diseases are let loose upon the human species, which shall unfold other laws or the animal economy. It is in consequence of this fluctuation in the principles and practice of physic being so necessarily connected with the changes in the customs of civilized nations that old and young physicians so often disagree in their opinions and practices. And it is by attending to the constant changes in these customs of civilized nations that those physicians have generally become the most eminent, who have soonest emancipated themselves from the tyranny of the schools of physic, and have occasionally accommodated their principles in flesh, and partly from their dense and moist air, together with their bad water. Hoffman on endemical distempers. We are now in North Holland, and I have never seen, among so few people, so many infected with the leprosy as here. They say the reason is because they eat so much fish. Howell's Familiar Letters, Practice to the Changes in Diseases. This variety in diseases, which is produced by the changes in the customs of civilized nations, will enable us to account for many of the contradictions which are to be found in authors of equal candor and abilities. who have written upon the Materia Medica, in forming a comparative view of the remedies of the Indians with those of civilized nations, we shall remark that the want of success in a medicine is occasioned by one of the following causes. First, our ignorance of the disease. Secondly, an ignorance of a suitable remedy. Thirdly, a want of efficacy in the remedy, elected and approved of by the physicians of former ages. Every change in the customs of civilized nations produces a change in their diseases, which calls for a change in their remedies. What havoc would plentiful bleeding, purging, and small beer, formerly used with so much success by Dr. Sydenham in the cure of fevers, now make upon the enfeebled citizens of London? The fevers of the same and of more southern latitudes still admit of such antiphlogistic remedies. In the room of these, bark wine and other cordial medicines are prescribed in London in almost every kind of fever. Considering the violence of the diseases of the Indians, it is probable their want of success is always occasioned by a want of efficacy in their medicines, but the case is very different among the civilized nations. Dissections daily convince us of our ignorance of the seats of diseases and cause us to blush at our prescriptions. How often are we disappointed in our expectation from the most certain and powerful of our remedies by the negligence or obstinacy of our patients? What mischief have we done under the belief of false facts, if I may be allowed the expression, and false theories? We have assisted in multiplying diseases. We have done more, we have increased their mortality. I shall not pause to beg pardon of the faculty for acknowledging in this public manner the weaknesses of our profession. I am pursuing truth, and while I can keep my eye fixed upon my guide, I am indifferent whether I am led, provided she is my leader. But further, the Indian submits to his disease without one fearful emotion from his doubtfulness of its event, and at last meets his fate without an anxious wish for futurity, except it is of being admitted to an equal sky, where his faithful dog shall bear him company. But among civilized nations, the influence of a false religion in good, and of a true religion in bad men, has converted even the fear of death into a disease. It is this original distemper of the imagination which renders the plague most fatal upon his first appearance in a country. Under all these disadvantages in the state of medicine, among civilized nations do more in proportion die of the diseases peculiar to them than of fevers, casualties, and old age among the Indians. If we take our account from the city of London, we shall find this to be the case. Near a 20th part of its inhabitants perish one year with another, nor does the natural increase of inhabitants supply this yearly waste. If we judge from the bills of mortality, the city of London contains fewer inhabitants by several thousands than it did 40 years ago. It appears from this fact and many others of a like nature which might be adduced, that although the difficulty of supporting children, together with some peculiar customs of the Indians, which we mentioned, limit their number, yet they multiply faster and die in a smaller proportion than civilized nations. Under the circumstances we have described, the Indians, we are told, were numerous in this country before the Europeans settled among them. Travelers agree likewise in describing numbers of both sexes who exhibited all the marks of extreme old age. It is remarkable that age seldom impairs the faculties of their minds. The mortality peculiar to those Indian tribes who have mingled with the white people must be ascribed to the extensive mischief of spirituous liquors. When these have not acted, they have suffered from having accommodated themselves too suddenly to the European diet, dress, and manners. It does not become us to pry too much into futurity. But if we may judge from the fate of the original natives of Hispaniola, Jamaica, and the provinces on the continent, we may venture to foretell that in proportion as the white people multiply, the Indians will diminish, so that in a few centuries they will probably be entirely extirpated. Indians, by their intercourse with the Europeans, Dr. Cotton Mather, in a letter to Sir William Ashurst, printed in Boston in the year 1705, says that about 5 years before, there were about 30 Indian congregations in the southern parts of the province of Massachusetts Bay. It may be said that health among the Indians, like sensibility to cold and hunger, is proportioned to their need of it, and that the less degrees or entire want of health are no interruption to the ordinary business of civilized life. To obviate this supposition, we shall first attend to the effects of a single disease in those people, who are the principal wheels in the machine of civil society. Justice has stopped its current, victories have been lost, wars have been prolonged, and embassies delayed, by the principal actors in these departments of government being suddenly laid up by a fit of the gout. How many offenses are daily committed against the rules of good breeding by the tedious histories of our diseases, which compose so great a part of modern conversation? What sums of money have been lavished in foreign counts? Same author, in his History of New England, says that in the islands of Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard, there were 3,000 adult Indians, 1,600 of whom professed the Christian religion. At present, there is but one Indian congregation in the whole Massachusetts province. It may serve to extend our knowledge of diseases to remark that epidemics were often observed to prevail among the Indians in Nantucket without affecting the white people. Tries in pursuit of health. Families have been ruined by the unavoidable expenses of medicines and watering places. In a word, the swarms of beggars which infest so many of the European countries urge their petitions for charity chiefly by arguments derived from real or counterfeit diseases, which render them incapable of supporting themselves. But may not civilization, while it abates the violence of natural diseases, increase the lenity of those that are artificial, in the same manner that it lessens the strength of natural vices by multiplying them? To answer this question, it will only be necessary to ask another. Who should exchange the heat, thirst, and uneasiness of a fever for one fit of the colic or stone? The history of the number, combination, and fashions of the remedies we have given may serve in those countries upon the account of their health. T. Templeman computes that Scotland contains 1,500 inhabitants, 100 of whom, according to Mr. Fletcher, are supported at the public expense. The proportion of poor people is much greater in England, Ireland, France, and Italy. To humble the pride of philosophy and to convince us that with all the advantages of the whole circle of sciences, we are still ignorant of antidote to many of the diseases of civilized nations. We sometimes soothe our ignorance by reproaching our idleness in not investigating the remedies peculiar to this country. We are taught to believe that every herb that grows in our woods is possessed of some medicinal virtue, and that heaven would be wanting in benignity if our country did not produce remedies for all the different diseases of its inhabitants. It would be arrogating too much to suppose that man was the only creature in our world for whom vegetables grow. The beasts, birds, and insects derive their sustenance either directly or indirectly from them, while many of them were probably intended from their variety in figure, foliage, and color, only to serve as ornaments for our globe. It would seem strange that the author of nature should furnish every spot of ground with medicines adapted to the diseases of its inhabitants, and at the same time deny it the more necessary articles of food and clothing. I know not whether heaven has provided every country with antidotes, even to the natural diseases of its inhabitants. The intermitting fever is common in almost every corner of the globe, but a sovereign remedy for it has been discovered only in South America. The combination of bitter and astringent substances, which serve as a succedaneum to the Peruvian bark, is as much a preparation of art as calomel or tartar emetic. Societies stand in need of each other as much as individuals, and the goodness of the deity remains unimpeached when we suppose that he intended medicines to serve, with other articles, to promote that knowledge, humanity, and politeness among the inhabitants of the earth, which have been so justly attributed to commerce. We have no discoveries in the materia medica to hope for from the Indians in North America. It would be a reproach to our schools of physic if modern physicians were not more successful than the Indians, even in the treatment of their own diseases. Do the blessings of civilization compensate for the sacrifice we make of natural health as well as of natural liberty? This question must be answered under some limitations. When natural liberty is given up for laws which enslave instead of protecting us, we are immense losers by the exchange. Thus, if we arm the whole elements against our health, and render every pore in the body an avenue for a disease, we pay too high a price for the blessings of civilization. In governments which have departed entirely from their simplicity, partial evils are to be cured by nothing but an entire renovation of their constitution. Let the world bear with the professions of law, physic, and divinity, and let the lawyer, physician, and divine yet learn to bear with each other. They are all necessary in the present state of society. In like manner, let the woman of fashion forget the delicacy of her sex, and submit to be delivered, be a man midwife. Let her snatch her offspring from her breast, and send it to repair the weakness of its stamina with the milk of a ruddy cottager. Let art supply the place of nature birth. There has been much commonplace declamation against the custom among the great of not suckling therein the preparation and digestion of all our aliment. Let our fine ladies keep up their color with carmine, and their spirits with ratafia, and let our fine gentlemen defend themselves from the excesses of heat and cold with lavender and hartshorn. These customs have become necessary in the corrupt stages of society. We must imitate, in these cases, the practice of those physicians who consult the appetite only in diseases which do not admit of a remedy. The state of a country in point of population, temperance, and industry is so connected with its diseases that a tolerable idea may be formed of it. Children. Nurses were common in Rome in the declension of the empire. Hence we find Cornelia commended as a rare example of maternal virtue, as much for suckling her sons as for teaching them eloquence. That nurses were common in Egypt is probable from the contract which Pharaoh's daughter made with the unknown mother of Moses to allow her wages for suckling her own child. The same degrees of civilization require the same customs. A woman whose times for eating and sleeping are constantly interrupted by the calls of enervating pleasures must always afford milk of an unwholesome nature. It may truly be said of a child doomed to live on this aliment that as soon as it receives its breath, it sucks in the lurking principles of death by looking over its bills of mortality. Hospitals, with all their boasted advantages, exhibit at the same time monuments of the charity and depravity of a people. The opulence of physicians, and will build hospitals. At Rome, the hospitals place everyone at his ease except those who labor, those who are industrious, those who are engaged in trade. I have observed that wealthy nations have need of hospitals because fortune subjects them to 1,000 accidents, but it is plain that transient assistances are better than perpetual foundations. The evil is momentary. It is necessary, therefore, that the succor should be of the same nature, and that it be applied to particular accidents. Spirit of Laws, B29. It was reserved for the present generation to substitute in the room of public hospitals private dispensaries for the relief of the sick. Philosophy and Christianity alike concur in deriving praise and benefit from these excellent institutions. They exhibit something like an application of the mechanical powers to the purposes of benevolence. For in what other charitable institutions do we perceive so great a quantity of distress relieved by so small an expense? The divisions of their offices into those of surgery, pharmacy, and midwifery are likewise piwa of the declining state of a country. In the infancy of the Roman Empire, the priest performed the office of a physician. So simple were the principles and practice of physic. It was only in the declension of the empire that physicians vied with the emperors of Rome in magnificence and splendors. Hence they were called by their neighbors pultifagi. They were likewise early inured to the healthy employments of war and husbandry. Their diseases, of course, were too few and simple to render the cure of them an object of liberal profession. When their diseases became more numerous and complicated, their investigation and cure required the aids of philosophy. The profession from this time became liberal, and maintained a rank with the other professions which are founded upon the imperfection and depravity of human institutions. Physicians are as necessary in the advanced stages of society as surgeons, although their office is less ancient and certain. There are many artificial diseases in which they give certain relief, and even where their art fails, their prescriptions are still necessary in order to smooth the avenues of death. I am sorry to add in this place that the number of patients in the hospital and incurables in the almshouse of this city show that we are treading in the enervated steps of our fellow subjects in Britain. Our bills of mortality likewise show the encroachments of British diseases upon us. The nervous fever has become so familiar to us that we look upon it as a natural disease. Dr. Sydenham so faithful in his history of fevers, takes no notice of it. Dr. Cadwallader informed me that it made its first appearance in this city about 25 years ago. It will be impossible to name the consumption without recalling to our minds the memory of some friend or relation who has perished within these few years by that disease. Its rapid progress among us has been unjustly attributed to the growing resemblance of our climate to that of Great Britain. The hysteric and hypochondriac diseases, once peculiar to the chambers of the great, are now to be found in our kitchens and workshops. All these diseases have been produced by our having deserted the simple diet and manners of our ancestors. The blessings of literature, commerce, and religion were not originally purchased at the expense of health. The complete enjoyment of health is as compatible with civilization as the enjoyment of civil liberty. We read of countries rich in everything that can form national happiness and national grandeur, the diseases of which are nearly as few and simple as those of the Indians. We hear of no diseases among the Jews while they were under their democratical form of government, except such as were inflicted by a supernatural power. We should be tempted to doubt palsy, epilepsy, mania, blindness, hemorrhagia uterina, and C. It is unnecessary to suppose that they were let loose at this juncture on purpose to give our Savior an opportunity of making them the chief subject of his miracles. They had been produced from natural causes by the gradual depravity of their manners. It is remarkable that our Savior chose those artificial diseases for the subject of his miracles, in preference to natural diseases. The efforts of nature and the accounts given of the populousness of that people, did we not see the practice of their simple customs producing nearly the same populousness in Egypt, Rome, and other countries of antiquity? The Empire of China, it is said, contains more inhabitants than the whole of Europe. The political institutions of that country have exempted its inhabitants from a large share of the diseases of other civilized nations. The inhabitants of Switzerland, Denmark, Norway, and Sweden enjoy the chief advantages of civilization without having surrendered for them the blessings of natural health. But it is unnecessary to appeal to ancient or remote nations to prove that health is not incompatible with civilization. The inhabitants of many parts of New England, particularly of the province of Connecticut, are but little affected by artificial diseases. Some of you may remember the time, and the operation of medicines are too slow and uncertain in these cases to detract in the least from the validity of the miracle. He cured Peter's mother-in-law, it is true, of a fever, but to show that the cure was miraculous, the sacred historian adds, contrary to what is common after a fever, that she arose immediately and ministered unto them. Our fathers have told those of us who do not. When the diseases of Pennsylvania were as few and as simple as those of the Indians, the food of the inhabitants was then simple. Their only drink was water. Their appetites were restrained by labor. Religion excluded the influence of sickening passions. Private hospitality supplied the want of a public hospital. Nature was their only nurse, and temperance their principal physician. But I must not dwell upon this retrospect of primeval manners, and I am too strongly impressed with the hope of a revival of such happy days to pronounce them the golden age of our province. Our esteem for the customs of our savage neighbors will be lessened when we add that civilization does not preclude the honors of old age. The proportion of old people is much greater among civilized than among savage nations. It would be easy to decide this assertion in our favor by appealing to facts in the natural histories of Britain, Norway, Sweden, North Americas, and several of the West India islands. The laws of decency and nature are not necessarily abolished by the customs of civilized nations. In many of these we read of women, among whom nature alone still performs the office of a midwife, and who feel the obligations of suckling their children to be equally binding with the common obligations of morality. Theon acquires by a change of climate. A Frenchman, ceteris paribus, outlives an Englishman in England. A Hollander prolongs his life by removing to the Cape of Good Hope. A Portuguese gains 15 or 20 years by removing to Brazil. And there are good reasons to believe that a North American would derive the same advantages in point of health and longevity by removing to Europe, which a European derives from coming to this country. From a calculation made by an ingenious foreigner, It appears that a greater proportion of old people are to be found in Connecticut than in any colony in North America. This colony contains 180 inhabitants. They have no public hospitals or poorhouses, nor is a beggar to be seen among them. There cannot be more striking proofs than these facts of the simplicity of their manners. Civilization does not render us less fit for the necessary hardships of war. We read of armies of civilized nations who have endured degrees of cold, hunger, and fatigue, which have not been exceeded by the savages of any country. Civilization does not always multiply the avenues of death. It appears from the bills of mortality of many countries that fewer in proportion die among civilized than among savage nations. It is attended with so little pain in Guyana that the women seem to be exempted from the curse inflicted upon Eve. These easy births are not confined to warm climates. They are equally safe and easy in Norway and Iceland, according to Pontoppidan and Anderson's histories of those countries. Age and young soldiers, even the charms of beauty, are heightened by civilization. We read of stateliness, proportion, fine teeth, and complexions in both sexes forming the principal outlines of national characters. The danger of many diseases is not proportioned to their violence, but to their duration. America has advanced but a few paces in luxury and effeminacy. There is yet strength enough in her vitals to give life to those parts which are decayed. She may tread back her steps. For this purpose, let our children be educated in a manner more agreeable to nature. Customs of the savage life to two. Let the common people, who constitute the wealth and strength of our country, be preserved from the effects of ardent spirits. Had I a double portion of all that eloquence which has been employed in describing the political evils that lately threatened our country, it would be too little to set forth the numerous and complicated physical and moral evils which these liquors have introduced among us. To encounter this hydra requires an arm accustomed, like that of Hercules, to vanquish monsters. Sir William Temple tells us that, formerly in Spain, no man could be admitted as an evidence in a court who had once been convicted of drunkenness. I do not call for so severe a law in this country. Let us first try the force of severe manners. Lycurgus governed more by these than by his laws. Boni mores non bonae leges, according to Tacitus, were the bulwarks of virtue among the ancient Germans. Tether. I despair of being able to call the votaries of Bacchus from their bottle, and shall therefore leave them to be roused by the more eloquent twinges of the gout. Let us be cautious what kind of manufactures we admit among us. The rickets made their first appearance in the manufacturing towns in England. Dr. Fothergill informed me that he had often observed, when a pupil, that the greatest part of the chronic patients in the London hospital were Spitalfield weavers. I would not be understood from these facts to discourage those manufactures which employ women and children. These suffer few inconveniences from a sedentary life, nor do I mean to offer the least restraint to those manufactories among men, which admit of free air and the exercise of all their limbs. Perhaps a pure air and the abstraction of spirituous liquors might render sedentary employments less unhealthy in America, even among men, than in the populous towns of Great Britain. The population of a country is not to be accomplished by rewards and punishments, and it is happy for America that the universal prevalence of the Protestant religion, the checks lately given to Negro slavery, the general unwillingness among us to acknowledge the usurpations of primogeniture, the universal practice of inoculation for the smallpox, and the absence of the plague render the interposition of government for that purpose unnecessary. These advantages can only be secured to our country by agriculture. This is the true basis of national health, riches, and populousness. Nations, like individuals, never rise higher than when they are ignorant whether they are It is impossible to tell from history what will be the effects of agriculture, industry, temperance, and commerce, urged on by the competition of colonies, united in the same general pursuits, in a country which for extent, variety of soil, climate, and number of navigable rivers has never been equaled in any quarter of the globe. America is the theater where human nature will probably receive her last and principal literary, moral, and political honors. But I recall myself from the ages of futuriting, the province of Pennsylvania has already shown to her sister colonies the influence of agriculture and commerce upon the number and happiness of a people. It is scarcely 100 years since our illustrious legislator, with a handful of men, landed upon these shores. Although the perfection of our government, the healthiness of our climate, and the fertility of our soil seemed to ensure a rapid settlement of Dai province, yet it would have required oppressions bordering upon divine to have foretold that in such a short space of time the province would contain above 300 inhabitants, and that nearly 30 of this number should compose a city which should be the third, if not the second in commerce in the British Empire. The pursuits of literature require leisure and a total recess from clearing forests, planting, building, and all the common toils of settling a new country. But before these arduous works were accomplished, the sciences, ever fond of the company of liberty and industry, chose this spot for the seat of their empire in this new world. Our college, so Catholic in its foundation and extensive in its objects, already sees her sons executing offices in the highest departments of society. I have now the honor of speaking in the presence of a most respectable number of philosophers, physicians, astronomers, botanists, patriots, and legislators, many of whom have already seized the prizes of honor which their ancestors had allotted to a much later posterity. Our first offering had scarcely found its way into the Temple of Seine, when the oldest societies in Europe turned their eyes upon us, expecting with impatience to see the mighty fabric of science, which, like a well-built arch, can only rest upon the whole of its materials, completely finished from the treasures of this unexplored quarter of the globe. It reflects equal honor upon our society and the honorable assembly of our province to AC knowledge, that we have always found the latter willing to encourage by their patronage and reward by their liberality all our schemes for promoting useful knowledge. What may we not expect from this harmony between the sciences and government? Methinks I see canals cut, rivers once impassable rendered navigable, bridges erected, and roads improved to facilitate the exportation of grain. I see the banks of our rivers vying in fruitfulness with the banks of the river of Egypt. I behold our farmers nobles, our merchants princes, but I forbear. Imagination cannot swell with the subject. I beg leave to conclude by deriving an argument from our connection with the legislature to remind my auditors of the duty they owe to the society. Patriotism and literature are here connected together, and a man cannot neglect the one without being destitute of the other. Nature and our ancestors have completed their works among us, and have left us nothing to do but to enlarge and perpetuate our own happiness. An account of the climate of Pennsylvania and its influence upon the human body, an account of the climate of Pennsylvania, and C. In order to render the observations upon the epidemic diseases which compose the following volumes more useful, it will be necessary to prefix to them a short account of the climate of Pennsylvania, and of its influence upon the human body. This account may perhaps serve further to lead to future discoveries and more extensive observations upon this subject. The state of Pennsylvania lies between 39 degrees 43'25" and 42 degrees north latitude, including, of course, 2 degrees 16'35", equal to 157 miles from its southern to its northern boundary. The western extremity of the state is in the longitude of 5 degrees 23'40", and the eastern is that of 27 from the meridian of Philadelphia, comprehending in a due west course 311 miles, exclusive of the territory lately purchased by Pennsylvania from the United States, of which as yet no accurate surveys have been obtained. The state is bounded on the south by part of the state of Delaware, by the whole state of Maryland, and by Virginia to her western extremity. The last named state, the territory lately ceded to Connecticut, and Lake Erie, part of which is included in Pennsylvania, form the western and northwestern boundaries of the state, part of New York, and the territory lately ceded to Pennsylvania. With a part of Lake Erie, compose the northern, and another part of New York, with a large extent of New Jersey, separated from Pennsylvania by the river Delaware, compose the eastern boundaries of the state. The lands which form these boundaries, except a part of the states of Delaware, Maryland, and New Jersey, are in a state of nature. A large tract of the western and northeastern parts of Pennsylvania are nearly in the same uncultivated situation. The state of Pennsylvania is intersected and diversified with numerous rivers and mountains. To describe, or even to name them all, would far exceed the limits I have proposed to this account of our climate. It will be sufficient only to remark that one of these rivers, viz., the Susquehanna, begins at the northern boundary of the state, 12 miles from the River Delaware and winding several hundred miles through a variegated country, enters the state of Maryland on the southern line, 58 miles westward of Philadelphia. That each of these rivers is supplied by numerous streams of various sizes. That tides flow in parts of two of them, in the Delaware and Schuylkill. That the rest rise and fall alternately in wet and dry weather, and that they descend with great rapidity over prominent beds of rocks in many places, until they empty themselves into the bays of Delaware and Chesapeake on the east and into the Ohio on the western part of the state. The mountains form a considerable part of the state of Pennsylvania. Many of them appear to be reserved as perpetual marks of the original empire of nature in this country. The Allegheny, which crosses the state about 200 miles from Philadelphia in a north, inclining to an eastern course, is the most considerable and extensive of these mountains. It is called by the Indians the backbone of the continent. Its height in different places is supposed to be about 300 feet from the adjacent plains. The soil of Pennsylvania is diversified by its vicinity to mountains and rivers. The valleys and bottoms consist of a black mold, which extends from a foot to 4 feet in depth, but in general a deep clay forms the surface of the earth. Immense beds of limestone lie beneath this clay in many parts of the state. This account of the soil of Pennsylvania is confined wholly to the lands on the east side of the Allegheny Mountain. The soil on the west side of this mountain shall be described in another place. The city of Philadelphia lies in the latitude of 39 degrees 57, in longitude 75 degrees 8 from Greenwich, and 55 miles west from the Atlantic Ocean. It is situated about 4 miles due north from the conflux of the rivers Delaware and Schuylkill. The buildings, which consist chiefly of brick, extend nearly 3 miles north and south along the Delaware, and above half a mile due west towards the Schuylkill, to which river the limits of the city extend, the whole of which includes a distance of 2 miles from the Delaware. The land near the rivers between the city and the conflux of the rivers is in general low, moist, and subject to be overflowed. The greatest part of it is meadow ground. The land to the northward and westward in the vicinity of the city is high, and in general well cultivated. Before the year 1778, the ground between the present improvements of the city and the river Schuylkill was covered with woods. These, together with large tracts of wood to the northward of the city, were cut down during the winter. The British Army had possession of Philadelphia. I shall hereafter mention the influence which the cutting down of these woods and the subsequent cultivation of the grounds in the neighborhood of the city have had upon the health of its inhabitants. The mean height of the ground on which the city stands is about 40 feet above the river Delaware. One of the longest and most populous streets in the city rises only a few feet above the river. The air at the north is much purer than at the south end of the city, hence the lamps exhibit a fainter flame in its southern than its northern parts. The tide of the Delaware seldom rises more than 6 feet. It flows 4 miles in an hour. The width of the river near the city is about a mile. The city, with the adjoining districts of Southwark and the Northern Liberties, contains between 70 and 80 inhabitants. From the accounts which have been handed down to us by our ancestors, there is reason to believe that the climate of Pennsylvania has undergone a material change. Thunder and lightning are less frequent, and the cold of our winters and heat of our summers are less uniform than they were 40 or 50 years ago. Nor is this all. The springs are much colder, and the autumns more temperate than formerly, insomuch that cattle are not housed so soon by 1 month as they were in former years. Within the last 8 years, there have been some exceptions to part of these observations. The winter of the year 1779 to 80 was uniformly and uncommonly cold. The river Delaware was frozen near 3 months during this winter, and public roads for wagons and sleighs connected the city of Philadelphia in many places with the Jersey shore. The thickness of the ice in the river near the city was from 16 to 19 inches, and the depth of the frost in the ground was from 4 to 5 feet, according to the exposure of the ground and the quality of the soil. This extraordinary depth of the frost in the earth compared with its depth in more north of Pennsylvania. Thurn in colder countries is occasioned by the long delay of snow which leaves the earth without a covering during the last autumnal and the first winter months. Many plants were destroyed by the intenseness of the cold during this winter. The ears of horned cattle and the feet of hogs exposed to the air were frostbitten. Squirrels perished in their holes and partridges were often found dead in the neighborhood of farmhouses. The mercurve in January stood for several hours at 5 degrees below zero in Fahrenheit's thermometer, and during the whole of this month except on one day, it never rose in the city of Philadelphia so high as to the freezing point. The cold in the winter of the year 1783-4 was as intense, but not so steady as it was in the winter that has been described. It differed from it materially in one particular visitor. There was a thaw in the month of January which opened all our rivers for a few days. The summer, which succeeded the winter of 1779-80, was uniformly warm. The mercury in the thermometer during this summer stood on one day, the 15th of August, at 95 degrees and fluctuated between 93 degrees and 80 degrees for many weeks. The thermometer, in every reference that has been or shall be made to it, stood in the shade in the open air. I know it has been said by many old people that the winters in Pennsylvania are less cold and the summers less warm than they were 40 or 50 years ago. The want of thermometrical observations before and during those years renders it difficult to decide this question. Perhaps the difference of clothing and sensation between youth and old age, in winter and summer, may have laid the foundation of this opinion. I suspect the mean temperature of the air in Pennsylvania has not altered, but that the principal change in our climate consists in the heat and cold being less confined than formerly to their natural seasons. I adopt the opinion of Dr. Williamson respecting the diminution of the cold in the southern being occasioned by the cultivation of the northern parts of Europe. But no such cultivation has taken place in the countries which lie to the northwest of Pennsylvania, nor do the partial and imperfect improvements which have been made in the northwest parts of the state appear to be sufficient to lessen the cold. Even in the city of Philadelphia, I have been able to collect no facts which dispose me to believe that the winters were colder before the year 1740 than they have been since. In the memorable winter of 1739-40, the Delaware was crossed on the ice in sleighs on the 5th of March, old style, and did not open till the 13th of the same month. The ground was covered during this winter with a deep snow, and the rays of the sun were constantly obscured by a mist, which hung in the upper regions of the air. In the winter of 1779-80, the river was navigable on the 4th of March. The depth of the snow was moderate, and the gloominess of the cold was sometimes suspended for a few days by a cheerful sun. From these facts, it is probable the winter of 1739-40 was colder than the winter of 1779-8. The winter of 1804-5 exhibited so many peculiarities that it deserves a place in the history of the climate of Pennsylvania. The navigation of the Delaware was obstructed on the 18th of December. The weather partook of every disagreeable and distressing property of every cold climate on the globe. These were intense cold deep snows, hail, sleet, high winds, and heavy rains. They generally occurred in succession, but sometimes most of them took place in the course of 4 and 20 hours. A serene and starlight evening often preceded a tempestuous day. The mercury stood for many days in Philadelphia at 4 degrees and 6 degrees above zero in Fahrenheit's thermometer. The medium depth of the snow was 2 feet, but from its fall being accompanied with high winds, its height in many places was 3 and 4 feet, particularly in roads which it rendered so impassable as to interrupt business and social intercourse in many parts of the state. From the great depth of the snow, the ground was so much protected from the cold that the frost extended but 6 inches below IS surface. The newspapers daily furnished distressing accounts of persons perishing with the cold by land and water, and of shipwrecks on every part of the coast of the United States. Poultry were found dead or with frozen feet in their coops in many places. This intense cold raw is not confined to Pennsylvania. In Norfolk in Virginia, the mercury stood at 18 degrees above zero on the 22nd of January. At Lexington in Kentucky, it stood at zero on the 21st of the same month. In Lower Canada, the snow was 7 feet in depth, which is 3 feet deeper than in common years. And such was the quantity of ice collected in the northern seas that a ship was destroyed and several vessels injured by large masses of it floating between the 41st and 42 degrees of north latitude. Great fears were entertained of an inundation in Pennsylvania from a sudden thaw of the immense quantities of snow and ice that had accumulated during the winter in every part of the state. But happily they both dissolved away so gradually as scarcely to injure a bridge or a road. On the 28th of February, the Delaware was navigable, and on the 2nd of March no ice was to be seen in it. Chapter 2. Medical Inquiries and Observations, Volume 1, Part 2. Having premised these general remarks, I proceed to observe that there are seldom more than 20 or 30 days in summer or winter in Pennsylvania, in which the mercury rises above 80 degrees in the former, or falls below 30 degrees in the latter season. Some old people have remarked that the number of extremely cold and warm days in successive summers and winters bears an exact proportion to each other. This was strictly true in the years 1787 and 1788. The warmest part of the day in summer is at 2 in ordinary, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon in extremely warm weather. From these hours the heat gradually diminishes till the ensuing morning. The coolest part of the 24 hours is at the break of day. There are seldom more than 3 or 4 nights in a summer in which the heat of the air is nearly the same as in the preceding day. After the warmest days, the evenings are generally agreeable and often delightful. The higher the mercury rises in the daytime, the lower it falls the succeeding night. The mercury at 80 degrees generally falls to 68 degrees, while it descends, when at 60 degrees, but to 56 degrees. This disproportion between the temperature of the day and night in summer is always greatest in the month of August. The dews at this time are heavy in proportion to the coolness of the evening. They are sometimes so considerable as to wet the clothes, and there are instances in which marsh meadows and even creeks, which have been dry during the summer, have been supplied with their usual waters from no other source than the dews which have fallen in this month or in the first weeks of September. There is another circumstance connected with the one just mentioned, which contributes very much to mitigate the heat of summer, and that is it seldom continues more than 2 or 3 days without being succeeded with showers of rain, accompanied sometimes by thunder and lightning, and afterwards by a northwest wind, which produces a coolness in the air that is highly invigorating and agreeable. Of Pennsylvania, the warmest weather is generally in the month of July, but intensely warm days are often felt in May, June, August, and September. In the annexed table of the weather for the year 1787, there is an exception to the first of these remarks. It shows that the mean heat of August was greater by a few degrees than that of July. The transitions from heat to cold are often very sudden, and sometimes to very distant degrees. After a day in which the mercury has stood at 86 degrees, and even 90 degrees, it sometimes falls in the course of a single night to the 65th and even to the 60th degree, insomuch that fires have been found necessary the ensuing morning, especially if the change in the temperature of the air has been accompanied by rain and a southeast wind. In a summer month, in the year 1775, the mercury was observed to fall 20 degrees in an hour and a half. There are few summers in which fires are not agreeable during some parts of them. My ingenious friend, Mr. David Rittenhouse, whose talent for accurate observation extends alike to all subjects, informed me that he had never passed a summer during his residence in the country without discovering frost in every month of the year, except July. The weather is equally variable in Pennsylvania during the greatest part of the winter. The mercury fell from 37 degrees to 4 degrees below zero in 24 hours, between the 4th and 5th of February, 1788. In this season, nature seems to play at cross purposes. Heavy falls of snow are often succeeded in a few days by a general thaw, which frequently in a short time leaves no vestige of the snow. The rivers Delaware, Schuylkill, and Susquehanna have sometimes been frozen so as to bear horses and carriages of all kinds, and thawed so as to be passable in boats 2 or 3 times in the course of the same winter. The ice is formed for the most part in a gradual manner, and seldom till the water has been previously chilled by a fall of snow. Sometimes its production is more sudden. On the night of the 31st of December, 1764, the Delaware was completely frozen over between 10 o'clock at night and 8 the next morning, so as to bear the weight of a man. An unusual vapor like a fog was seen to rise from the water in its passage from a fluid to a solid state. This account of the variableness of the weather in winter does not apply to every part of Pennsylvania. There is a line about the 41 degrees of the state, beyond which the winters are steady and regular, insomuch that the earth there is seldom without a covering of snow during the 3 winter months. In this line, the climate of Pennsylvania forms a union with the climate of the eastern and northern states. The time in which frost and ice begin to show themselves in the neighborhood of Philadelphia is generally about the latter end of October or the beginning of November. But the intense cold seldom sets in till about the 20th or 25th of December. Hence the common saying, as the day lengthens, the cold strengthens. The coldest weather is commonly in January. De-navigation of the River Delaware after being frozen is seldom practical for large vessels before the first week in March. As in summer, there are often days in which fires are agreeable, so there are sometimes days in winter in which they are disagreeable. Vegetation has been observed in all the winter months. Garlic was tasted in butter in January 1781. The leaves of the willow, the blossoms of the peach tree, and the flowers of the dandelion and the crocus were all seen in February 79. And I well recollect when a schoolboy to have seen an apple orchard in full bloom, and small apiot pies on many of the trees in the month of December. A cold day in winter is often succeeded by a moderate evening. The coldest part of the 24 hours is generally at the break of day. In the most intense cold which has been recorded in Philadelphia within the last 20 years, the mercury stood at 5 degrees below zero. But it appears from the accounts published by Messrs. Mason and Dixon in the 58th volume of the Transactions of the Royal Society of London that the mercury stood at 22 degrees below zero on the 2nd of January 1767 at Brandywine, about 30 miles to the westward of Philadelphia. They inform us that on the 1st of the same month, the mercury stood at 20 degrees, and on the day before at 7 degrees below zero. I have to lament that I am not able to procure any record of the temperature of the air in the same year in Philadelphia. From the variety in the height and quality of the soil, and from the difference in the currents of winds and the quantity of rain and snow which fall in different parts of the state, it is very probable this excessive cold may not have extended 30 miles from the place where it was first perceived. The greatest degree of heat upon record in Philadelphia is 95 degrees. The standard temperature of the air in the city of Philadelphia is 52 degrees, which is the temperature of our deepest wells, as also the mean heat of our common spring water. The spring in Pennsylvania is generally less pleasant than in many other countries. In March, the weather is stormy, variable, and cold. In April, and sometimes in the beginning of May, it is moist and accompanied by a degree of cold, which has been called rawness, and which from its disagreeable effects upon the temper has been called the sirocco of this country. From the variable nature of the weather in the spring, vegetation advances very differently in different years. The colder the spring, the more favorable it proves to the fruits of the earth. The hopes of the farmer from his fruit trees in a warm spring are often blasted by a frost in April and May. A fall of snow is remembered with regret by many of them on the night between the 3rd and 4th of May in the year 1774. Also on the morning of the 8th of May, 1803. Such was its quantity on the latter day that it broke down the limbs of many poplar trees. This effect was ascribed to its not being accompanied with any wind. The colder T winter, the greater delay we generally observe in the return of the ensuing spring. Sometimes the weather during the spring months is cloudy and damp, attended occasionally with a gentle fall of rain resembling the spray from a cataract of water. A day of this kind of weather is called, from its resemblance to a damp day in Great Britain, an English day. This damp weather seldom continues more than 3 or 4 days. The month of May 1786 will long be remembered for having furnished a very uncommon instance of the absence of the sun for 14 days and of constant damp or rainy weather. The month of June is the only month in the year which resembles a spring month in the southern countries of Europe. The weather is then generally temperate, the sky is serene, and the verdure of the country is universal and delightful. The autumn is the most agreeable season in the year in Pennsylvania. The cool evenings and mornings, which generally begin about the first week in September, are succeeded by a moderate temperature of the air during the day. This kind of weather continues with an increase of cold, scarcely perceptible, till the middle of October, when the autumn is closed by rain, which sometimes falls in such quantities as to produce destructive freshes in the rivers and creeks, and sometimes descends in gentle showers, which continue with occasional interruptions by a few fair days for 2 or 3 weeks. These rains are the harbingers of the winter, and the Indians have long ago taught the inhabitants of Pennsylvania that the degrees of cold during the winter are in proportion to the quantity of rain which falls during the autumn. From this account of the temperature of the air in Pennsylvania, it is evident that there are seldom more than 4 months in which the weather is agreeable without a fire. In winter, the winds generally come from the northwest in fair, and from the northeast in adverse weather. The northwest winds are uncommonly dry as well as cold. It is in consequence of the violent action of these winds that trees have uniformly a thicker and more compact bark on their northern than on their southern exposures. Even brick houses are affected by the force and dryness of these northwest winds. Hence it is much more difficult to demolish the northern than the southern walls of an old brick house. This fact was communicated to me by an eminent bricklayer in the city of Philadelphia. The winds in fair weather in the spring, and in warm weather in the summer, blow from the south-west and from west-northwest. The raw air before mentioned comes from the northeast. The southwest winds likewise usually bring with them moisture, and the connection must be found by long and attentive observation. The influence which the perfection of this science must have upon health, agriculture, navigation, and commerce is too obvious to be mentioned. Then those showers of rain in the spring and summer which refresh the earth, they moreover moderate the heat of the weather, provided they are succeeded by a northwest wind. Now and then showers of rain come from the west-northwest. There is a common fact connected with the account of the usual winds in Pennsylvania, which it may not be improper to mention in this place. While the clouds are seen flying from the southwest, the scud, as it is called, or a light vapor, is seen at the same time flying below the clouds from the northeast. The moisture of the air is much greater than formerly, occasioned probably by the exhalations which in former years fell in the form of snow, now descending in the form of rain. The depth of the snow is sometimes between 2 and 3 feet, but in general seldom exceeds between 6 and 9 inches. Hail frequently descends with snow in winter. Once in 4 or 5 years, large and heavy showers of hail fall in the spring and summer. They generally run in narrow veins, as they are called, of 30 or 40 miles in length and 2 or 3 miles in breadth. The heaviest shower of hail that is remembered in Philadelphia did not extend in breadth more than half a mile north and south. Some of the stones weighed half an ounce. The windows of many houses were broken by them. This shower fell in May 1783 from sudden changes in the air. Rain and snow often fall together, forming what is commonly called sleet. In the uncultivated parts of the state, the snow sometimes lies on the ground till the first week in April. The backwardness of the spring has been ascribed to the passage of the air over the undissolved beds of snow and ice which usually remain. After the winter months are past, on the northwest grounds and waters of the state and of the adjacent country, the dissolution of the ice and snow in the spring is sometimes so sudden as to swell the creeks and rivers in every part of the state, to such a degree as not only to lay waste the hopes of the husbandman from the produce of his lands, but in some instances to sweep his barns, stables, and even his dwelling house into their currents. The wind, during a general thaw, comes from the southwest or southeast, ordinary instance of the destructive effects of a sudden thaw. The winter of 1783-4 was uncommonly cold. insomuch that the mercury in Fahrenheit's thermometer stood several times at 5 degrees below zero. The snows were frequent and, in many places, from 2 to 3 feet deep during the greatest part of the winter. All the rivers in Pennsylvania were frozen so as to bear wagons and sleds with immense weight. In the month of January, a thaw came on suddenly, which opened our rivers so as to set the ice a-driving, to use the phrase of the country. In the course of one night during the thaw, the wind shifted suddenly to the northwest, and the weather became intensely cold. The ice, which had floated the day before, was suddenly obstructed, and in the river Susquehanna, the obstructions were formed in those places where the water was most shallow or where it had been accustomed to flow. This river is several hundred miles in length, and from half a mile to a mile and a half in breadth, and winds through a hilly and in many places a fertile and highly cultivated country. It has as yet a most difficult communication with our bays and the sea, occasioned by the number and height of the falls which occur near the mouth of the river. There, when dry in Pennsylvania, has a peculiar elasticity, which renders the heat and cold ice in many places, especially where there were falls, formed a kind of dam of a most stupendous height. About the middle of March our weather moderated, and a thaw became general. The effects of it were remarkable in all our rivers, but in none so much as in the river I have mentioned. I shall therefore endeavor in a few words to describe them. Unfortunately, the dams of ice did not give way all at once, nor those which lay nearest to the mouth of the river first. While the upper dams were set afloat by the warm weather, the lower ones, which were the largest, and in which of course the ice was most impacted, remained fixed. In consequence of this, the river rose in a few hours, in many places above 30 feet, rolling upon its surface large lumps of ice from 10 to 40 cubic feet in size. The effects of this sudden inundation were terrible. Whole farms were laid under water. Barns, stables, horses, cattle, fences, mills of every kind, and in one instance, a large stone house, 40 by 30 feet, were carried down the stream. Large trees were torn up by the roots. Several small islands, covered with woods, were swept away, and not a vestige of them was left behind. On the barns, which preserved their shape in some instances, for many miles were to be seen living fowls, and in one dwelling a candle was seen to burn for some time after it was swept from its foundation. Where the shore was level, the lumps of ice and the ruins of houses and farms were thrown a quarter of a mile from the ordinary height of the river. In some instances, farms were ruined by the mold being swept from them by the cakes of ice or by depositions of sand, while others were enriched by large depositions of mud. The damage, upon less insupportable than the same degrees of both, are in moister countries. It is in those cases only when summer showers are not succeeded by northwest winds that the heat of the air becomes oppressive and distressing from being combined with moisture. From tradition, as well as living observation, it is evident that the waters in many of the creeks in Pennsylvania have diminished considerably within the last 50 years. Hence many mills erected upon large and deep streams of water now stand idle in dry weather, and many creeks once navigable in large boats are now impassable even in canoes. This diminution of the waters has been the whole done to the state of Pennsylvania by this fresh was very great. In most PLSs it happened in the daytime, or the consequences must have been fatal to many thousands. I know of but one use that can be derived from recording the history of this inundation, in case of similar obstructions of rivers. From the causes such as have been described, the terrible effects of their being set in motion by means of a general thaw may in part be obviated by removing such things out of the course of the water and ice as are within our power, particularly cattle, hay, grain, fences, and farming utensils of all kinds ascribed to the application of a part of them to the purpose of making meadows. The mean elevation of the barometer in Philadelphia is about 30 inches. The variations in the barometer are very inconsiderable in the greatest changes of the weather which occur in the city of Philadelphia. During the violent and destructive storm which blew from the southwest on the 11th of November, 1788, it suddenly fell from 30 to 29. Mr. Rittenhouse informs me that long and faithful observations have satisfied him that the alterations in the height of the mercury in the barometer do not precede but always succeed changes in the weather. It falls with the south and southwest and rises with the north and northwest winds. The quantity of water which falls in rain and snow, one year with another, amounts to from 24 to 36 inches. But to complete the account of variable qualities in the climate, it will be necessary to add that our summers and autumns are sometimes marked by a deficiency and sometimes by an excessive quantity of rain. The summer and autumn of 1782 were uncommonly dry. Near 2 months elapsed without a single shower of rain. There were only 2 showers in the whole months of September and October. In consequence of this dry weather, there was no second crop of hay. The Indian corn failed of its increase in many places and was cut down for food for cattle. Trees newly planted died. The pasture fields not only lost their verdure, but threw up small clouds of dust when agitated by the feet of men or beasts. Cattle in some instances were driven many miles to be watered, every morning and evening. It was remarked during this dry weather that the sheep were uncommonly fat and their flesh well tasted, while all the other domestic animals languished from the want of grass and water. The earth became so inflammable in some places as to burn above a foot below its surface. A complete consumption of the turf by an accidental fire kindled in the adjoining state of New Jersey spread terror and distress through a large tract of country. Springs of water and large creeks were dried up in many parts of the state. Rocks appeared in the river Schuylkill, which had never been observed before by the oldest persons then alive. On one of them were cut the figures 1701. The atmosphere during part of this dry weather was often filled, especially in the mornings, with a thin mist, which, while it deceived with the expectation of rain, served the valuable purpose of abating the heat of the sun. A similar mist was observed in France by Dr. Franklin in the summer of 1782. The winter which succeeded it was uncommonly cold in France, as well as in Pennsylvania. I am sorry that I am not able to furnish the mean heat of each of the summer months. My notes of the weather enable me to add nothing further upon this subject than that the summer was uncommonly cool. The summer of the year 1788 afforded a remarkable instance of excess in the quantity of rain which sometimes falls in Pennsylvania. 13 days are marked with rain in July, and the records of the weather kept at Spring Mill. There fell on the 18th and 19th of August 7 inches of rain in the city of Philadelphia. The wheat suffered greatly by the constant rains of July in the eastern and middle parts of the state, so unproductive a harvest in grain from wet weather had not been known, it is said, in the course of the last 70 years. The heat of the air during these summer months was very moderate. Its mean temperature at Spring Mill was 67.8 in June, 74.7 in July, and only 76 in August. It is some consolation to a citizen of Pennsylvania. In recording facts which seem to militate against our climate, to reflect that the difference of the weather in different parts of the state at the same season is happily accommodated to promote an increase of the same objects of agriculture, and hence a deficiency of crops has never been known in any one year throughout the whole state. The aurora borealis and meteors are seen occasionally in Pennsylvania. In the present imperfect state of our knowledge of their influence upon the human body, it will be foreign to the design of this history of our climate to describe them. Storms and hurricanes are not unknown in Pennsylvania. They occur once in 4 or 5 years, but they are most frequent and destructive in the autumn. They are generally accompanied by rain. Trees are torn up by the roots, and the rivers and creeks are sometimes swelled so suddenly as to do considerable damage to the adjoining farms. The wind during these storms generally blows from the southeast and southwest. In the storms which occurred in September 1769, and in the same month of the year 1785, the wind veered round contrary to its usual course, and blew from the north. After what has been said, the character of the climate of Pennsylvania may be summed up in a due account of the climate few words. There are no 2 successive years alike. Even the same successive seasons and months differ from each other every year. Perhaps there is but one steady trait in the character of our climate, and that is it is uniformly variable. To furnish the reader with a succinct view of the weather in Pennsylvania that includes all the articles that have been mentioned, I shall here subjoin a table containing the result of meteorological observations made near the river Schuylkill for 1 year in the neighborhood of Philadelphia by an ingenious French gentleman, Mr. Lazeau, who divides his time between rural employments and useful philosophical pursuits. This table is extracted from the Columbian Magazine for February 1788. The height of Spring Mill above the city of Philadelphia is supposed to be about 70 feet of Pennsylvania. Tangent 30 ORTHREGDO3 T-sharp PGO3 5 B sharp Q5's tact 3 RTRTP RCLO MLRT3 S0 RRTWFT22 TLIR22 LS0 IRTCTP 2 RT% RT% Gun of the minimum 3 is the RT3. RTRSRT JK W HW 2 5 TP gain 3 PBL AP5 SCIP3s UO3 HWS Yanam Octava 3 IL Key Yana Joem TT4 CTI K3 UI Joti 222 C Cone H Era 3X JF Theory G Ryle G Ryle HE or 88 Key JP per 1 Endeavor Cold Rand over and 11 Co Ericus L5 Fire Tip FPPY Dry and we grow in our cast Declad D and T RT Wine Era RHHH Koshio H Pooter EFDC3 0 or 32 S5 R3 PPL LAFC RT3 VJRTP1. It is worthy of notice how near the mean heat of the year and of the month of April in 2 successive years are to each other in the same place. The mean heat of April 1787 was 54 degrees 3. That of April 1783 was 52 degrees 2. By the table of the mean heat of each month in the year, it appears that the mean heat of 1787 was 53 degrees 5 at Spring Mill time. The following accounts of the climates of Pekin and Madrid, which lie within a few minutes of the same latitude as Philadelphia, may serve to show how much climates are altered by local and relative circumstances. The account of the temperature of the air at Pekin will serve further to show that with all the advantages of the highest degrees of cultivation which have taken place in China, the winters are colder and the summers warmer there than in Pennsylvania, principally from a cause which will probably operate upon the winters of Pennsylvania for many centuries to come, viz. The vicinity of an uncultivated northwest country. By 5 years' observations, its annual mean temperature was found to be 55 degrees 5 of Pennsylvania. January 20 degrees 75, July 84 degrees, 8 February, August, March, September, April, October, May, November, June 83rd. But the standard of this part of the geotoby is the North Pacific, which is here 4 or 5 degrees colder than the Atlantic. The Yellow Sea is the nearest to Pekin, being about 200 miles distant from it, but it is itself cooled by the mountainous country of Korea, which interposes between it and the ocean for a considerable part of its extent. Besides, all the northern parts of China in which Pekin lies must be cooled by the vicinity of the mountains of Chinese Tartary, among which the cold is said to be excessive. The greatest cold usually experienced during this period was 5 degrees, the greatest heat 98 degrees. On the 25th of July, 1773, the heat rose to 108 degrees and 110 degrees. A NE or NW wind produces the greatest cold, AS or SW or SE, the greatest heat conflong, 3 degrees 25 long, 3 degrees 20 heat. 75 degrees to 85 degrees. Even at night, it seldom falls below 70 degrees. The mean height of the barometer is 2796. It seems to be about 1,900 feet above the level of the sea. The above accounts are extracted from Mr. Curwen's useful and elaborate estimate of the temperature of different latitudes. The history which has been given of the climate of Pennsylvania is confined chiefly to the county on the east side of the Allegheny Mountain. On the west side of this mountain, the climate differs materially from that of the southeastern parts of the state in the temperature of the air, in the effects of the winds upon the weather, and in the quantity of rain and snow which falls every year. The winter seldom breaks up on the mountains before the 25th of March. A fall of snow was once perceived upon it, which measured 1.5 inches on the 11th day of June. The trees which grow upon it are small, and Indian corn is with difficulty brought to maturity, even at the foot of the east side of it. The southwest winds on the west side of the mountain are accompanied by cold and rain. The soil is rich, consisting of near a foot in many places of black mold. The roads in this country are muddy in winter, but seldom dusty in summer. The arrangement of strata of the earth on the west side differs materially from their arrangement on the east side, the mountain. The country, says Mr. Rittenhouse in a letter to a friend in Philadelphia, when viewed from the western ridge of the Allegheny, appears to be one vast extended plain. All the various strata of stone seem to lie undisturbed in the situation in which they were first formed, and the layers of stone, sand, clay, and coal are nearly horizontal. The temperature of the air on the west is seldom so hot, or so cold, as on the east side of the mountain, by comparing the state of a thermometer examined by Dr. Bedford at Pittsburgh, 284 miles from Philadelphia. It appears that the weather was not so cold by 12 degrees in that town as it was in Philadelphia on the 5th of February, 1788. To show the difference between the weather at Spring Mill and in Pittsburgh, I shall here subjoin an account of it in both places, the first taken by Mr. Legault, and the other by Dr. Bedford of Pennsylvania. Ref or Chio2 1 0. EFO ODFS 0 CTCD. ERF equals C or DT 0 equals ZI Joe. Ein Q98. PR3, KR rank 5, KO XGR, TCR 5, and RAL CI. RAL CCPCPCC set. X, BUTS, DDC. Visit Feller V, X, IP, dollar. B, Yo Rag, Riora, or LL Utoda Kaniv Duan, DFDTN. O Trier and I don't know, Oops. ReHW1A1 EF and JTTR to LP over. HWPC5, GJ, Issues. Yigjapunja Joe, Advis Joe. Kyoko Yua, Atom Ho, CRT, Izadui Joe, and Pico W, $4. G5, C30 Car A30. From a review of all the facts which have been mentioned, it appears that the climate of Pennsylvania is a compound of most of the climates in the world. Here we have the moisture of Britain in the spring, the heat of Africa in summer, the temperature of Italy in June, the sky of Egypt in the autumn, the cold and snows of Norway and the ice of Holland in the winter, the tempests, in a certain degree, of the West Indies in every season, and the variable winds and weather of Great Britain in every month of the year. From this history of the climate of Pennsylvania, it is easy to ascertain what degrees of health and what diseases prevail in the state. As we have the climates, so we have the health and the acute diseases of all the countries that have been mentioned. Without attempting to enumerate the diseases, I shall only add a few words upon the time and manner in which they are produced. It appears from the testimonies of many aged persons that pleurisy and inflammatory diseases of all kinds are less frequent now than they were 40 or 50 years ago. Tapundi. It is a well-known fact that intermitting and bilious fevers have increased in Pennsylvania in proportion as the country has been cleared of its wood in many parts of the state to the east. It is equally certain that these fevers have lessened or disappeared in proportion as the country has been cultivated. RV rains and freshes in the spring seldom produce fevers unless they are succeeded by unseasonably warm weather. Sudden changes from great heat to cold or cool weather, if they occur before the 20th of August, seldom produce fevers. After that time, they are generally followed by them. The same state of the atmosphere, whether cold or warm, moist or dry, continued for a long time, without any material changes, is always healthy. Acute and inflammatory fevers were in vain looked for in the cold winter of 1779 to 80, the dry summer of 1782, and the wet summer of 178 were likewise uncommonly healthy in the city of Philadelphia. These facts extend only to those diseases which depend upon the sensible qualities of the air, for diseases from miasmata and contagion are less influenced by the uniformity of the weather. The autumn of 1780 was very sickly in Philadelphia, from the peculiar situation of the grounds in the neighborhood of the city, while the county was uncommonly healthy. The dry summer and autumn of 1782 were uncommonly sickly in the country from the extensive sources of morbid exhalations which were left by the diminution of the waters in the creeks and rivers, Sabotage. Diseases are often generated in one season and produced in another. Hence, we frequently observe fevers of different kinds to follow every species of the weather that was mentioned in the last observation. The excessive heat in Pennsylvania has sometimes proved fatal to persons who have been much exposed to it. Its morbid effects discover themselves by a difficulty of breathing, a general languor, and in some instances by a numbness and an immobility of the extremities. The excessive cold in Pennsylvania has more frequently proved fatal, but it has been chiefly to those persons who have sought a defense from it by large draughts of spirituous liquors. Its operation in bringing on sleepiness previous to death is well known. On the 5th of February 1788, many people were affected by the cold. It produced a violent pain in the head, and in one instance, a sickness at the stomach and a vomiting appeared to be the consequence of it. I have frequently observed that a greater number of old people die during the continuance of extreme cold and warm weather than in the same number of days in moderate weather. The influence of the winds upon health depends very much upon the nature of the country over which they pass. Winds which pass over mill dams and marshes in August and September generally carry with them the seeds of fevers. Philadelphia was formerly more sickly than the central parts of the city after the 20th of August. Since the year 1793, the reverse of this has been the case, to allow. The night air is always unwholesome from the 20th of August, especially during the passive state of the system in sleep. The frequent and sudden changes of the air from heat to cold render it unsafe to sleep with open windows during the autumnal months. 13th always enjoy the most health in Pennsylvania in the summer and winter months. The spring, in a particular manner, is very unfavorable to them. I shall conclude the account of the influence of the climate of Pennsylvania upon the human body with the following observations. The sensations of heat and cold are influenced so much by outward circumstances that we often mistake the degrees of them by neglecting to use such conveniences as are calculated to obviate the effects of their excess. A native of Jamaica often complains less of the heat, and a native of Canada of the cold in their respective countries than they do under certain circumstances in Pennsylvania. Even a Pennsylvania frequently complains less of the heat in Jamaica and of the cold in Canada than in his native state. The reason of this is plain. In countries where heat and cold are intense and regular, the inhabitants guard themselves by accommodating their houses and dresses to each of them. The instability and short duration of excessive heat and cold in Pennsylvania have unfortunately led its inhabitants, in many instances, to neglect adopting customs which are used in hot and cold countries to guard against them. Where houses are built with a southern or southwestern front exposure, and where other accommodations to the climate are observed in their construction, the disagreeable excesses of heat and cold are rendered much less perceptible in Pennsylvania. Perhaps the application of the principles of philosophy and taste to the construction of our houses within the last 30 or 40 years may be another reason why some old people have supposed that the degrees of heat and cold are less in Pennsylvania than they were in former years. 2. The variable nature of the climate of Pennsylvania does not render it necessarily unhealthy. Dr. Huxham has taught us that the healthiest seasons in Great Britain have often been accompanied by the most variable weather. His words upon this subject convey a reason for the fact. When the constitutions of the year are frequently changing, so that by the contrast a sort of equilibrium is kept up, and health with it, and that especially if persons are careful to guard themselves well against these sudden changes. Perhaps no climate or country is unhealthy where men acquire from experience or tradition the arts of accommodating themselves to it. The history of all the nations of the world, whether savage, barbarous, or civilized, previously to a mixture of their manners by an intercourse with strangers, seems to favor this opinion. The climate of China appears, in many particulars, to resemble that of Pennsylvania. The Chinese wear loose garments of different lengths and increase or diminish the number of them, according to the frequent and sudden changes of their weather. Hence, they have very few acute diseases among those inhabitants of Pennsylvania who have acquired the arts of conforming to the changes and extremes of our weather in dress, diet, and manners, escape most of those acute diseases which are occasioned by the sensible qualities of the air. And faithful inquiries and observations have proved that they attain to as great ages as the same number of people in any part of the world. An account of the bilious remitting fever, as it appeared e.g. Philadelphia in the summer and autumn of the year 1780, an account of the bilious remitting fever, and see, before I proceed to describe this fever, it will be necessary to give a short account of the weather, and of the diseases which preceded its appearance. The spring of 1780 was dry and cool. A catarrh appeared among children between 1 year and 7 years of age. It was accompanied by a deflection from the eyes and nose, and by a cough and dyspnea, resembling, in some instances, the sinans trachealis, and in others, a peripneumonia. In some cases, it was complicated with the symptoms of a bilious remitting and intermitting fever. The exacerbations of this fever were always attended with dyspnea and cough. A few patients expectorated blood. Some had swellings behind their ears, and others were affected with small ulcers in the throat. I met with only one case of this fever in which the pulse indicated bleeding. The rest yielded in a few days to emetics, blisters, and the bark, assisted by the usual more simple remedies in such diseases. An intermittent prevailed among adults in the month of May. July and August were uncommonly warm. The mercury stood on the 6th of August at 941 degrees, on the 15th of the same month at 95 degrees, and for several days afterwards at 90 degrees. Many laboring people perished during this month by the heat and by drinking not only cold water, but cold liquors of several kinds, while they were under the violent impressions of the heat. The vomiting and purging prevailed universally during these 2 warm months among the children, and with uncommon degrees of mortality. Children from 1 year to 8 and 9 years old were likewise very generally affected by blotches and little boils, especially in their faces. An eruption on the skin, called by the common people the prickly heat, was very common at this time among persons of all ages. The winds during these months blew chiefly from the south and southwest. Of course, they passed over the land which lies between the city and the conflux of the rivers Delaware and Schuylkill, the peculiar situation of which, at that time, has been already described. The dock and the streets of Philadelphia supplied the winds at this season likewise with a portion of their unwholesome exhalations. The mushatoes were uncommonly numerous during the autumn, a certain sign, says Dr. Lind, of an unwholesome atmosphere. The remitting fever made its first appearance in July and August, but its symptoms were so mild, and its extent so confined, that it excited no apprehensions of its subsequent more general prevalence throughout the city. On the 19th of August, the air became suddenly very cool. Many hundred people in the city complained, the next day, of different degrees of indisposition, from a sense of lassitude to a fever of the remitting type. This was the signal of the epidemic. The weather continued cool during the remaining part of the month, and during the whole month of September. From the exposure of the district of South Wark, which is often distinguished by the name of the hill J to the south, Wiesenwines, the fever made its first appearance in that appendage of the city. Scarcely a family, and in many families, scarcely a member of them, escaped it. From the hill it gradually traveled along the 2nd Street from the Delaware, improperly called Front Street. For a while it was confined to this street only. After it entered the city, and hence it was called by some people the Front Street fever. It gradually spread through other parts of the city, but with very different degrees of violence. It prevailed but little in the northern liberties. It was scarcely known beyond 4th Street from the Delaware. Intemperance in eating or drinking, riding, the sun or rain, watching, fatigue, or even a fright, but more frequently cold, all served to excite the seeds of this fever into action, wherever they existed. All ages and both sexes were affected by this fever. 7 of the practitioners of physic were confined by it nearly at the same time. The city, during the prevalence of the fever, was filled with an unusual number of strangers, many of whom, particularly the Friends, whose yearly meeting was held in the month of September, were affected by it. No other febrile disease was observed during this time in the city. This fever generally came on with rigor, but seldom with a regular chilly fit, and often without any sensation of cold. In some persons it was introduced by a slight sore throat, and in others by a hoarseness which was mistaken for a common cold. A giddiness in the head was the forerunner of the disease in some people. This giddiness attacked so suddenly as to produce in several instances a faintness and even symptoms of apoplexy. It was remarkable that all those persons who were affected in this violent manner recovered in 2 or 3 days. I met with one instance of this fever attacking with coma, and another with convulsions, and with many instances in which it was introduced by a delirium. The pains which accompanied this fever were exquisitely severe in the head, back, and limbs. The pains in the head were sometimes in the back parts of it, and at other times they occupied only the eyeballs. In some people, the pains were so acute in their backs and hips that they could not lie in bed. In others, the pains affected the neck, eye, percent, and arms, so as to produce in one instance a difficulty of moving the fingers of the right hand. They all complained more or less of a soreness in the seats of these pains, particularly when they occupied the head and eyeballs. A few complained of their flesh being sore to the touch in every part of the body. From these circumstances, the disease was sometimes believed to be a rheumatism, but its more general name among all classes of people was the breakbone fever. I met with one case of pain in the back and another of an acute ear ache, both of which returned periodically every night and without any fever. A nausea universally, and in some instances a vomiting accompanied by a disagreeable taste in the mouth, attended this fever. The bowels were, in most cases, regular, except where the disease fell with its whole force upon them, producing a dysentery. The tongue was generally moist and tinctured of a yellow color. The urine was high-colored and in its usual quantity in fevers. The skin was generally moist, especially where the disease terminated on the 3rd or 4th day. The pulse was quick and full, but never hard in a single patient that came under my care, till the 28th of September. It was remarkable that little, and in some instances no thirst attended this fever. A scoriatus, or constant hawking and spitting, attended in many cases through the whole disease, and was a favorable symptom. There were generally remissions in this fever every morning, and sometimes in the evening. The exacerbations were more severe every other day, and 2 exacerbations were often observed in one day. A rash often appeared on the 3rd and 4th days, which proved favorable. This rash was accompanied in some cases by a burning in the palms of the hands and soles of the feet. Many people at this time, who were not confined to their beds, and some who had no fever, had an efflorescence on their skin. In several persons, the force of the disease seemed to fall upon the face, producing swellings under the jaw and in the ears, which in some instances terminated in abscesses. When the fever did not terminate on the 3rd or 4th day, it frequently ran on to the 11th, 14th, and even 20th days, assuming in its progress, according to its duration, the usual symptoms of the typhus gravure, or mixture of Dr. Cullen. In some cases, the discharge of a few spoonsful of blood from the nose accompanied a solution of the fever on the 3rd or 4th day, while in others a profuse hemorrhage from the nose, mouth, and bowels on the 10th and 11th days preceded a fatal issue of the disease. Several cases came under my care, in which the fever was succeeded by a jaundice. The disease terminated in some cases without sweating or a sediment in the urine, nor did I observe such patients more disposed to relapse than others, provided they took a sufficient quantity of the bark. About the beginning of October, the weather became cool, accompanied by rain and an easterly wind. This cool and wet weather continued for 4 days. The mercury in the thermometer fell to 60 degrees, and fires became agreeable. From this time, the fever evidently declined or was accompanied by inflammatory symptoms. On the 16th of October, I met with a case of inflammatory angina, and on the next day I visited a patient who had a complication of the bilious fever with a pleurisy, and whose blood discovered strong marks of the presence of the inflammatory diathesis. His stools were of a green and black color. On the 3rd day of his disease, a rash appeared on his skin, and on the 4th, in consequence of a second bleeding, his fever terminated with the common symptoms of a crisis. During the latter end of October and the first weeks in November, the mercury of the thermometer fluctuated between 50 degrees and 60 degrees. Pleurisy and inflammatory diseases of all kinds now made their appearance. They were more numerous and more acute than in this stage of the autumn in former years. I met with one case of pleurisy in November, which did not yield to less than 4 plentiful bleedings. I shall now add a short account of the method I pursued in the treatment of this fever. I generally began by giving a gentle vomit of tartar emetic. This medicine, if given while the fever was in its forming state, frequently produced an immediate cure, and if given after its formation on Theum Day, seldom failed of producing a crisis on the 3rd or 4th day. The vomit always discharged more or less bile. If a nausea or an ineffectual attempt to vomit continued after the exhibition of the tartar emetic, I gave a second dose of it with the happiest effects. If the vomit failed of opening the bowels, I gave gentle doses of salts and cream of tartine or of the butternut pills, so as to procure 2 or 3 plentiful stools. The matter discharged from the bowels was of a highly bilious nature. It was sometimes so acrid as to excoriate the rectum, and so offensive as to occasion, in some cases, strong beverage. This pill is made from an extract of a strong decoction of the inner bark of the white walnut tree. Sickness and faintness both in the patients and in their attendants. In every instance, the patients found relief by these evacuations, especially from the pains in the head and limbs. In those cases where the prejudices of the patients against an emetic, or where an advanced state of pregnancy, or a habitual predisposition to a vomiting of blood occurred, I discharged the bile entirely by means of the lenient purges that have been mentioned. In this practice, I had the example of Dr. Cleghorn, who prescribed purges with great success in a fever of the same kind in Minorca, with that which has been described. Dr. Leining prescribed purges with equal success in an autumnal pleurisy in South Carolina, which I take to have been a form of a bilious remittent, accompanied by an inflammatory affection of the breast. After evacuating the contents of the stomach and bowels, I gave small doses of tartar emetic mixed with Glauber's salt. This medicine excited a general perspiration. It likewise kept the bowels gently open, by which means the bile was discharged as fast as it was accumulated. I constantly recommended to my patients, in this stage of the disorder, to lie in bed. This favored the eruption of the rash and the solution of the disease by perspiration. Persons who struggled against the fever by sitting up, or who attempted to shake it off by labor or exercise, either sunk under it or had a slow recovery. A clergyman of a respectable character from the Country Y, who was attacked by the disease in the city, returned home from a desire of being attended by his own family, and died in a few days afterwards. This is only one of many cases in which I have observed traveling, even in the easiest carriages, to prove fatal in fevers after they were formed, or after the first symptoms had shown themselves. The quickest and most effectual way of conquering a fever in most cases is by an early submission to it. The drinks I recommended to my patients were sage and balm teas, weak punch, lemonade, wine, tamarind, and apple water. The apple water should be made by pouring boiling water upon slices of raw apples. It is more lively than that which is made by pouring the water on roasted apples. I found obvious advantages in many cases from the use of pediluvia every night. In every case, I found the patients refreshed and relieved by frequent changes of their linen. On the 3rd or 4th day, in the forenoon, the pains in the head and back generally abated with a sweat which was diffused over the whole body. The pulse at this time remained quick and weak. This was, however, no objection to the use of the bark, a few doses of which immediately abated its quickness and prevented a return of the fever. If the fever continued beyond the 3rd or 4th day without an intermission, I always had recourse to blisters. Those which were applied to the neck and behind the ears produced the most immediate good effects. They seldom failed of producing an intermission in the fever the day after they were applied, where delirium or coma attended. I applied the blister to the neck on the first day of the disease. A worthy family in this city will always ascribe the life of a promising boy of 10 years old to the early application of a blister to the neck in this fever, where the fever did not yield to blisters and assumed malignant or typhus symptoms, I gave the medicines usually exhibited in both those states of fever. I took notice in the history of this fever that it was sometimes accompanied with symptoms of a dysentery. Where this disease appeared, I prescribed lenient purges and opiates. Where these failed of success, I gave the bark in the intermissions of the pain in the bowels and applied blisters to the wrists. The good effects of these remedies led me to conclude that the Dicenterosa febris introversa of Dr. Sydenham. I am happy in having an opportunity in this place of bearing a testimony in favor of the usefulness of opium in this disease, after the necessary evacuations had been made. I yielded, in prescribing it at first, to the earnest solicitations of my patients for something to give them relief from their insupportable pains, particularly when they were seated in the eyeballs and head. Its salutary effects in procuring sweat and a remission of the fever led me to prescribe it afterwards, in almost every case, and always with the happiest effects. Those physicians enjoy but little pleasure in practicing physic, who know not how much of the pain and anguish of fevers of a certain kind may be lessened by the judicious use of opium. In treating of the remedies used in this disease, I have taken no notice of bloodletting. Out of several hundred patients whom I visited in this fever, I did not meet with a single case before the 27th of September in which the state of the pulse indicated this evacuation. It is true the pulse was fillip, but never hard. I acknowledge that I was called to several patients who had been bled without the advice of a physician, who recovered afterwards on the usual days of the solution of the fever. This only can be ascribed to that disposition which Dr. Cleghorn attributes to fevers, to preserve their types under every variety of treatment, as well as constitution. But I am bound to declare further that I heard of several cases in which bleeding was followed by a fatal termination of the disease. In this fever, relapses were very frequent from exposure to the rain, sun, or night air, and from an excess in eating or drinking. The convalescence from this disease was marked by a number of extraordinary symptoms, which rendered patients the subjects of medical attention for many days after the pulse became perfectly regular and after the crisis of the disease. A bitter taste in the mouth, accompanied by a yellow color on the tongue, continued for near a week. Most of those who recovered complained of nausea and a total want of appetite. A faintness, especially upon sitting up in bed or in a chair, followed this fever. A weakness in the knees was universal. I met with 2 patients who were most sensible of this weakness in the right knee. An inflammation in one eye, and in some instances in both eyes, occurred in several patients after their recovery. But the most remarkable symptom of the convalescence from this fever was an uncommon dejection of the spirits. I attended 2 young ladies who shed tears while they vented their complaints of their sickness and weakness. One of them very aptly proposed to me to change the name of the disease, and to call it in its present stage, instead of the breakbone, the break-heart fever. To remove these symptoms, I gave the tincture of bark and elixir of vitriol in frequent doses. I likewise recommended the plentiful use of ripe fruits, but one saw the best effects from temperate meals of oysters and a liberal use of pork. To these was added gentle exercise in the open air, which gradually completed the cure. An account of the scarlatina aeruginosa, as it appeared in Philadelphia in the years 1783 and 1784. And an account of the scarlatina aeruginosa, the beginning of the month of July was unusually cool, insomuch that the mercury in Fahrenheit's thermometer stood at 61 degrees in the daytime, and fires were very comfortable, especially in the evening. In the last week, but one of this month, the weather suddenly became so warm that the mercury rose to 94 degrees, at which it remained for 3 days. As this heat was accompanied by no breeze from any quarter, the sense of it was extremely distressing to many people. Upwards of 20 persons died in the course of those 3 days from the excess of the heat and from drinking cold water. 3 old people died suddenly within this space of time. This extreme heat was succeeded by cool weather, the mercury having dull, i.e., has fallen to 60 degrees, and the month closed with producing a few intermitting and remitting fevers, together with several cases of inflammatory angina. The weather in the month of August was extremely variable. The mercury, after standing for several days at 92 degrees, suddenly fell so low as not only to render fires necessary, but in many places to produce frost. Every form of fever made its appearance in this month. The cyanotia was so acute in several cases as to require from 3 to 4 bleedings. The remitting fever was accompanied by an uncommon degree of nausea and faintness. Several people died after a few days' illness of the malignant bilious fever or typhus gravior of Dr. Cullen. The intermittents had nothing peculiar in them in their symptoms or method of cure. Towards the close of the month, the scarlatina anginosa made its appearance, chiefly among children. The month of September was cool and dry, and the scarlatina anginosa became epidemic among adults as well as young people. In most of the patients who were affected by it, it came on with a chilliness and a sickness at the stomach, or a vomiting, which last was so invariably present that it was with me a pathognomonic sign of the disease. The matter discharged from the stomach was always bile. The swelling of the throat was in some instances so great as to produce a difficulty of speaking, swallowing, and breathing. In a few instances, the speech was accompanied by a squeaking voice resembling that which attends the sinus trachealis. The ulcers on the tonsils were deep and covered with white, and, in some instances, with black sloughs. In several cases, there was a discharge of a thick mucus from the nose from the beginning, but it oftener occurred in the decline of the disease, which most frequently happened on the 5th day. Sometimes the subsiding of the swelling of the throat was followed by a swelling behind the ears. An eruption on the skin generally attended the symptoms which have been described. But this symptom appeared with considerable variety. In some people it preceded, and in others it followed the ulcers and swelling of the throat. In some it appeared only on the outside of the throat and on the breast. In others it appeared chiefly on the limbs. In a few it appeared on the 2nd or 3rd day of the disease and never returned afterwards. I saw 2 cases of eruption without a single symptom of sore throat. The face of one of those patients was swelled, as in the erysipelas. In the other, a young girl of 7 years old, there was only a slight redness on the skin. She was seized with a vomiting and died delirious in 54 hours. Soon after her death, a livid color appeared on the outside of her throat. The bowels, in this degree of the disease, were in general regular. I can recollect but few cases which were attended by a diarrhea. The fever which accompanied the disease was generally the typhus mixture of Dr. Cullen. In a cases it assumed symptoms of great malignity. The disease frequently went off with a swelling of the hands and feet. I saw one instance in a gentlewoman in whom this swelling was absent, who complained of very acute pains in her limbs, resembling those of the rheumatism. In 2 cases which terminated fatally, there were large abscesses, the one on the outside and the other on the inside of the throat. The first of these cases was accompanied by troublesome sores on the ends of the fingers. One of these patients lived 28 and the other above 30 days, and both appeared to die from the discharge which followed the opening of their abscesses. Between the degrees of the disease which I have described, there were many intermediate degrees of indisposition which belonged to this disease. I saw in several cases a discharge from behind the ears and from the nose, with a slight eruption, and no sore throat. All these patients were able to sit up and walk about. I saw one instance of a discharge from the inside of one of the ears in a child, who had ulcers in his throat and the squeaking voice. In some, a pain in the jaw with swellings behind the ears and a slight fever constituted the whole of the disease. In one case, the disease came on with a coma, and in several patients it went off with this symptom. A few instances occurred of adults who walked about and even transacted business until a few hours before they died. The intermitting fever, which made its appearance in August, was not lost during the month of September. It continued to prevail, but with several peculiar symptoms. In many persons it was accompanied by an eruption on the skin and a swelling of the hands and feet. In some, it was attended by a sore throat and pains behind the ears. Indeed, such was the predominance of the scarlatina anginosa that many hundred people complained of sore throats, without any other symptom of indisposition. The slightest occasional or exciting cause, and particularly cold, seldom failed of producing the disease. The month of October was much cooler than September, and the disease continued, but with less alarming symptoms. In several adults who were seized with it, the hardness of the pulse indicated bloodletting. The blood in one case was covered with a buffy coat, but beneath its surface it was dissolved. In the month of November, the disease assumed several inflammatory symptoms and was attended with much less danger than formerly. I visited one patient whose symptoms were so inflammatory as to require 2 bleedings. During the decline of the disease, many people complained of trouble, some sores on the ends of their fingers. A number of children likewise had sore throats and fevers, with eruptions on their skins, which resembled the chickenpox. I am disposed to suspect that this eruption was the effect of a spice of the Scarlatina aeruginosa, as several instances occurred of patients who had all the symptoms of this disease, in whom an eruption of white blisters succeeded their recovery. This form of the disease has been called by Sauvage the Scarlatina variosa. I saw one case of sore throat, which was succeeded not only by swellings in the abdomen and limbs, but by a cataract, which brought on a fatal consumption. A considerable shock of an earthquake was felt on the 29th of this month at 10 o'clock at night in the city of Philadelphia, but no change was perceived in the disease in consequence of it. In December, January, and February, the weather was intensely cold. There was a thaw for a few days in January, which broke the ice of the Delaware, but it was followed by cold so excessive as to close the river till the beginning of March. The mercury on the 28th and 29th of February stood below 0 in Fahrenheit's thermometer. For a few weeks, in the beginning of December, the disease disappeared in the circle of my patients, but it broke out with great violence the latter end of that month and in the January following. Some of the worst cases that I met with, 3 of which proved fatal, were in those 2 months. The disease disappeared in the spring, but it spread afterwards through the neighboring states of New Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland. I shall now add an account of the remedies which I administered in this disease. In every case that I was called to, I began the cure by giving a vomit joined with calomel. The vomit was either tartar emetic or ipecacuanha, according to the prejudices, habits, or constitutions of my patients. A quantity of bile was generally discharged by this medicine. Besides evacuating the contents of the stomach, it cleansed the throat in its passage downwards. To ensure this effect from the calomel, I always directed it to be given mixed with syrup or sugar and water, so as to diffuse it generally over every part of the throat. The calomel seldom failed to produce 2 or 3 stools. In several cases, I was obliged, by the continuance of nausea, to repeat the emetics, and always with immediate and obvious advantage. I gave the calomel in moderate doses in every stage of the disease. To restrain its purgative effects when necessary, I added to it a small quantity of opium. During the whole course of the disease, where the calomel failed of opening the bowels, I gave lenient purges when a disposition to costiveness required them. The throat was kept clean by detergent gargles. In several instances, I saw evident advantages from adding a few grains of calomel to them. In cases of great difficulty of swallowing or breathing, the patients found relief from receiving the steams of warm water mixed with a little vinegar through a funnel into the throat. A perspiration kept up by gentle doses of antimonials and diluting drinks, impregnated with wine, always gave relief. In every case which did not yield to the above remedies on the 3rd day, I applied a blister behind each ear, or one to the neck, and I think always with good effects, all I met with no cases in which the bark appeared to be indicated, except the 3 in which the disease proved fatal. Where the sore throat was blended with the intermitting fever, the bark was given with advantage. But in common cases, it was unnecessary. Subsequent observations have led me to believe, with Dr. Withering, that it is sometimes hurtful in this disease. It proved fatal in many parts of the country upon its first appearance, but wherever the mode of treatment here delivered was adopted, its mortality was soon checked. The calomel was used very generally in New Jersey and New York. In the Delaware state, a physician of character made it a practice not only to give calomel, but to anoint the outside of the throat with mercurial ointment. Additional observations upon ESBB, Scarlatina anginosa. This disease has prevailed in Philadelphia at different seasons ever since the year 1783. It has blended itself occasionally with all our epidemics. Many cases have come under my notice since its first appearance, in which dropsical swellings have succeeded the fever. In some instances, there appear to be effusions of water not only in the limbs and abdomen, but in the thorax. They yielded, in every case that I attended, to purges of calomel and jalap. Where these swellings were neglected, they sometimes proved fatal. In the winter of 1786-7, the Scarlatina anginosa was blended with the Sinanche parotidea, and in one instance with a typhus mixture. The last was in a young girl of 9 years of age. She was seized with a vomiting of bile and an efflorescence on her breast, but discovered no other symptoms of the Scarlatina anginosa till the 16th day of her fever, when a swelling appeared on the outside of her throat, and after her recovery, a pain and swelling in one of her knees. In the month of July, 1787, a number of people were affected by sudden swellings of their lips and eyelids. These swellings generally came on in the night, were attended with little or no pain, and went off in 2 or 3 days. I met with only one case in which there was a different issue to these symptoms. It was in a patient in the Pennsylvania hospital in whom a swelling in the lips ended in a suppuration, which, notwithstanding the liberal use of bark and wine, proved fatal in the course of 12 days. In the months of June and July 1788, a number of people were affected by sudden swellings, not only of the lips, but of the cheeks and throat. At the same time, many persons were affected by an inflammation of the eyes. The swellings were attended with more pain than they were the year before, and some of them required 1 or 2 purges to remove them, but in general they went without medicine in 2 or 3 days. Is it proper to refer these complaints to the same cause which produces the Scarlatina anginosa? The prevalence of the Scarlatina anginosa at the same time in this city, its disposition to produce swellings in different parts of the body, and the analogy of the intermitting fever, which often conceals itself under symptoms that are foreign to its usual type, all seem to render this conjecture probable. In one of the cases of an inflammation of the eye, which came under my notice, the patient was affected by a vomiting a few hours before the inflammation appeared, and complained of a sickness at his stomach for 2 or 3 days afterwards. Now, vomiting and nausea appear to be very generally symptoms of the Scarlatina anginosa. In the autumn of 1788, the Scarlatina anginosa appeared with different degrees of violence in many parts of the city. In 2 instances, it appeared with an obstinate diarrhea, but it was in young subjects and not in adults as described by Dr. Withering. In both cases, the disease proved fatal, the one on the 3rd, the other on the 5th day. In the month of December of the same year, I saw one case in which a running from one of the ears and a deafness came on the 5th day, immediately after the discharge of mucus from the nose had ceased. This case terminated favorably on the 9th day, but was succeeded for several days afterwards by a troublesome cough. I shall conclude this essay by the following remarks. Camphor has often been suspended in a bag from the neck as a preservative against this disease. Repeated observations have taught me that it possesses little or no efficacy for this purpose. I have had reason to entertain a more favorable opinion of the benefit of washing the hands and face with vinegar, and of rinsing the mouth and throat with vinegar and water every morning as means of preventing this disease. 2. Whenever I have been called to a patient where the Scarlatina appeared to be in a forming state, a vomit of ipecacuanha or tartar emetic, mixed with a few grains of calomel, has never failed of completely checking the disease, or of so far mitigating its violence as to dispose it to a favorable issue in a few dabs. And if these observations should serve no other purpose than to awaken the early attention of patients and physicians to this speedy and effectual remedy, they will not have been recorded in vain. 3. When the matter which produces this disease has been received into the body, a purge has prevented its being excited into action or rendered it mild throughout a whole family. For this practice I am indebted to some observations on the Scarlatina, published by Dr. Sims in the first volume of the Medical Memoirs. 4. During the prevalence of the inflammatory constitution of the atmosphere. Between the years 1793 and 1800, this disease occurred occasionally in Philadelphia, and yielded, like the other epidemics of those years, to copious bloodletting and other depleting remedies. An inquiry into the cause and cure of the cholera infantum. An inquiry into the cause and cure of the cholera infantum. By this name, I mean to designate a disease called in Philadelphia. The vomiting and purging of children, from the regularity of its appearance in the summer months, it is likewise known by the name of the disease of the season. It prevails in most of the large towns of the United States. It is distinguished in Charleston, in South Carolina, by the name of the April and May disease, from making its first appearance in those 2 months. It seldom appears in Philadelphia till the middle of June or beginning of July, and generally continues till nearer the middle of September. Its frequency and danger are always in proportion to the heat of the weather. It affects children from the first or second week after their birth till they are 2 years old. It sometimes begins with a diarrhea, which continues for several days without any other symptom of indisposition. But it more frequently comes on with a violent vomiting and purging and a high fever. The matter discharged from the stomach and bowels is generally yellow or green, but the stools are sometimes slimy and bloody, without any tincture of bile. In some instances, they are nearly as limpid as water. Worms are frequently discharged in each kind of the stools that has been described. The children, in this stage of the disease, appear to suffer a good deal of pain. They draw up their feet and are never easy in one posture. The pulse is quick and weak. The head is unusually warm, while the extremities retain their natural heat, or incline to be cold. The fever is of the remitting kind, and discovers evident exacerbations, especially in the evenings. The disease affects the head so much as in some instances to produce symptoms not only of delirium, but of mania, insomuch that the children throw their heads backwards and forwards, and sometimes make attempts to scratch and to bite their parents. Nurses, and even themselves, a swelling frequently occurs in the abdomen and in the face and limbs. An intense thirst attends every stage of the disease. The eyes appear languid and hollow, and the children generally sleep with them half closed. Such is the insensibility of the system in some instances in this disease, that flies have been seen to alight upon the eyes when opened, without exciting a motion in the eyelids to remove them. Sometimes the vomiting continues without the purging, but more generally the purging continues without the vomiting through the whole course of the disease. The stools are frequently large and extremely foetid, but in some instances they are without smell, and resemble drinks and aliment which have been taken into the body. The disease is sometimes fatal in a few days. I once saw it carry off a child in 24 hours. Its duration is varied by the season of the year and by the changes in the temperature of the weather. A cool day frequently abates its violence and disposes it to a favorable terminate. It often continues, with occasional variations in its appearance, for 6 weeks or 2 months. Where the disease has been of long continuance, the approach of death is gradual and attended by a number of distressing symptoms. An emaciation of the body to such a degree as that the bones come through the skin, livid spots, a syngultus, convulsions, a strongly marked Hippocratic countenance, and a sore mouth generally precede the fatal termination of this disease. Few children ever recover after the last symptoms which have been mentioned make their appearance. This disease has been ascribed to several causes, of each of which I shall take notice in order. I has been attributed to dentition. To refute this opinion, it will be necessary to observe that it appears only in one season of the year. Dentition, I acknowledge, sometimes aggravates it. Hence we find it is most severe in that period of life, when the greatest number of teeth make their appearance, which is generally about the 10th month. I think I have observed more children to die of this disease at that age than at any other. 2 worms have likewise been suspected of being the cause of this disease. To this opinion I object the uncertainty of worms ever producing an idiopathic fever, and the improbability of their combining in such a manner as to produce an annual epidemic disease of any kind. But further, we often see the disease in all its force before that age in which worms usually produce diseases, We likewise often see it resist the most powerful anthelmintic medicines. And lastly, it appears from dissection, where the disease has proved fatal, that not a single worm has been discovered in the bowels. It is true, worms are in some instances discharged in this disease, but they are frequently discharged in greater numbers in the hydrocephalus intimus and in the smallpox. And yet, who will assert either of those dysgeneses to be produced by worms? 3. The summer fruits have been accused of producing this disease. To this opinion, I object that the disease is but little known in country places, where children eat much more fruit than in cities. As far as I have observed, I am disposed to believe that the moderate use of ripe fruits rather tends to prevent than to induce the disease, from the discharge of bile, which generally introduces the disease, from the remissions and exacerbations of the fever which accompanies it, and from its occurring nearly in the same season with the cholera and remitting fever in adults. I am disposed to consider it as a modification of the same disease. Its appearance earlier in the season than the cholera and remitting fever in adults must be ascribed to the constitutions of children being more predisposed from weakness to be acted upon by the remote causes which produce those diseases. I shall now mention the remedies which are proper and useful in this disease. The first indication of cure is to evacuate the bile from the stomach and bowels. This should be done by gentle doses of ipecacuanha, or tartar emetic. The vomits should be repeated occasionally, if indicated, in every stage of the disease. The bowels should be opened by means of calomel, manna, castor oil, or magnesia. I have generally found rhubarb improper for this purpose, while the stomach was in a very irritable state. In those cases where there is reason to believe that the offending contents of the primae vi have been discharged by nature, which is often the case, the emetics and purges should by no means be given. But instead of them, recourse must be had to opiates. A few drops of liquid laudanum, combined in a testaceous julep with peppermint or cinnamon water, seldom fail of composing the stomach and bowels. In some instances, this medicine alone subdues the disease in 2 or 3 days, but where it does not prove so successful, it produces a remission of pain and of other distressing symptoms in every stage of the disease. Demulcent and diluting drinks have an agreeable effect in this disease. Mint and mallow teas, or a tea made of blackberry roots infused in cold water, together with a decoction of the shavings of hartshorn and gum arabic with cinnamon, should all be given in their turns for this purpose. Glisters made of flaxseed tea, or of mutton broth, or of starch dissolved in water, with a few drops of liquid laudanum in them, give ease and produce other useful effects. Plasters of Venice treacle applied to the region of the stomach, and flannels dipped in infusions of bitter and aromatic herbs in warm spirits, or Madeira wine and applied to the region of the abdomen, often afford considerable relief. As soon as the more violent symptoms of the disease are composed, tonic and cordial medicines should be given. The bark in decoction or in substance, where it can be retained in that form, mixed with a little nutmeg, often produces the most salutary effects. Port wine or claret vulgar X mixed with water are likewise proper in this stage of the disease. After the disease has continued for some time, we often see an appetite suddenly awaken for articles of diet of a stimulating nature. I have seen many children recover from being gratified in an inclination to eat salted fish, and the different kinds of salted meat. In some instances, they discover an appetite for butter and the richest gravies of roasted meats, and eat them with obvious relief to all their symptoms. I once saw a child of 16 months old, perfectly restored from the lowest stage of this disease, by eating large quantities of rancid English cheese and drinking 2 or 3 glasses of port wine every day. She would in no instance eat bread with the cheese, nor taste the wine if it was mixed with water. We sometimes see relief given by the use of the warm bath in cases of obstinate pain. The bath is more effectual if warm wine is used instead of water. I have had but few opportunities of trying the effects of cold water applied to the body in this disease, but from the benefit which attended its use in the cases in which it was prescribed, I am foredisposed to believe that it would do great service. could we overcome the prejudices which subsist in the minds of parents against it? After all that has been said in favor of the remedies that have been mentioned, I am sorry to add that I have very often seen them all administered without effect. My principal dependence, therefore, for many years, has been placed upon 7 country air. Out of many hundred children whom I have sent into the country in every stage of this disease, I have lost but 3, 2 of whom were sent, contrary to my advice, into that unhealthy part of the neighborhood of Philadelphia called the Neck, which lies between the city and the conflux of the rivers Delaware and Schuylkill. I have seen one cure performed by this remedy after convulsions had taken place. To derive the utmost benefit from the country hour % children should be carried out on horseback or in a carriage every day, and they should be exposed to the open air as much as possible in fair weather in the daytime. Where the convenience of the constant benefit of country air cannot be obtained, I have seen evident advantages from taking children out of the city once or twice a day. It is extremely agreeable to see the little sufferers revive as soon as they escape from the city air and inspire the pure air of the country. I shall conclude this inquiry by recommending the following methods of preventing this disease, all of which have been found by experience to be useful. 1. The daily use of the cold bath. 2. A faithful and attentive accommodation of the dresses of children to the state and changes of the air. 3. A moderate quantity of salted meat taken occasionally in those months in which this disease usually prevails. It is perhaps in part from the daily use of salted meat in diet that the children of country people escape this disease. 4. The use of sound old wine in the summer months. From a teaspoonful to half a wine glass full, according to the age of the child, may be given every day. It is remarkable that the children of persons in easy circumstances sip occasionally with their parents the remains of a glass of wine after dinner are much less subject to this disease than the children of poor people who are without the benefit of that article of diet. 5. Dirty diet. Cleanliness, both with respect to the skin and clothing of children. Perhaps the neglect of this direction may be another reason why the children of the poor are most subject to this disease. 6. The removal of children into the country before the approach of warm weather. This advice is peculiarly necessary during the whole period of dentition. I have never known but one instance of a child being affected by this disease who had been carried into the country in order to avoid it. I have only to add to the above observations that since the prevalence of the yellow fever in Philadelphia after the year 1793, the cholera infantum has assumed symptoms of such malignity as to require bleeding to cure it. In some cases, 2 and 3 bleedings were necessary for that purpose. On the sinage trachealis, the vulgar name of this disease in Pennsylvania is hives. It is a corruption of the word heaves, which took its rise from the manner in which the lungs heave in breathing. The worst degree of the disease is called the bowel hives from the great motion of the abdominal muscles in respiration. It has been called suffocatio stridula by Dr. Home and sinage trachealis by Dr. Cullen. Professor Frank calls it tracheitis, and Dr. Darwin considers it as a pleurisy of the windpipe. By the 2 latter names, the authors mean to convey the correct idea that the disease is the same in its nature with the common diseases of other internal parts of the body. Foxite. Chapter 3. Medical Inquiries and Observations, Volume 2, Part 3. Observations, and see whether we admit the exhaling and absorbing vessels to be affected in general dropsies by preternatural debility, palsy, or rupture, or by a retrograde motion of their fluids. It is certain that their exhaling and absorbing power is materially affected by too much or too little action in the arterial system. That too little action in the arteries should favor dropsical effusions has been long observed, but it has been less obvious that the same effusions are sometimes promoted and their absorption prevented by too much action in these vessels. That this fact should have escaped our notice is the more remarkable, considering how long we have been accustomed to seeing serous swellings in the joints in the acute rheumatism, and copious but partial effusions of water in the veau, form of sweat. In every species of inflammatory fever, it is nothing new that the healthy action of one part should depend upon the healthy action of another part of the system, We see it in many of the diseases of the nerves and brain. The tetanus is cured by exciting a tone in the arterial system. Madness is cured by lessening the action of the arteries by copious bloodletting. And epilepsy and hysteria are often mitigated by the moderate use of the same remedy. By too much action in the arterial system, I mean a certain morbid excitement in the arteries, accompanied by preternatural force, which is obvious to the sense of touch. It differs from the morbid excitement of the arteries, which takes place in common inflammatory fevers, in being attended by less febrile heat, and with little or no pain in the head or limbs. The thirst is nearly the same in this state of dropsy as in inflammatory fevers. I include here those dropsies only in which the whole system is affected by what is called a hydropic diathesis, that debility should, under certain circumstances, dispose to excessive action, and that XST on dropsies, 155 Sive action, should occur in one part of the body. At the same time that debility prevailed in every other, are abundantly evident from the history and phenomena of many diseases: inflammatory fever, active hemorrhages, tonic gout, asthma, apoplexy, and palsy, however much they are accompanied by excessive action in the arterial system, are always preceded by original debility, and are always accompanied by obvious debility in every other part of the system. But it has been less observed by physicians that an undue force or excessive action occurs in the arterial system in certain dropsies, and that the same theory which explains the union of predisposing and nearly general debility with a partial excitement and preternatural action in the arterial system in the diseases before mentioned will explain the symptoms and cure of certain dropsies. That debility predisposes to every state of dropsy is evident from the history of all the remote and occasional causes which produce them. It will be unnecessary to mention these causes, as they are to be found in all our systems of fitness, nor will it be necessary to mention any proofs of the existence of debility in nearly every part of the body. It is too plain to be denied. I shall only mention the symptoms which indicate a morbid excitement and preternatural action of the arterial system. These are: 1. A hard, full, and quick pulse. This symptom, I believe, is more common in dropsies than is generally supposed, for many physicians visit and examine patients in these diseases without feeling the pulse. Dr. Home mentions the frequency of the pulse in the patients whose cures he has recorded die, but he takes no notice of its force except in 2 cases. Dr. Zimmermann, in his account of the dropsy which terminated the life of Frederick II of Prussia, tells us that he found his pulse hard and full. I have repeatedly found it full and hard in every form of dropsy, and more especially in the first stage of the disease. Indeed, I have seldom found it otherwise in the beginning of the dropsy of the breast. 2. Sizy blood. This has been taken notice of by many practical writers, and has very justly been ascribed, under certain circumstances of bloodletting, to an excessive action of the vessels upon the blood. 3. Alternation of dropsies with certain diseases which were evidently accompanied by excessive action in the arterial system. I have seen anasarca alternate with vertigo, and both ascites and anasarca alternate with tonic mad. A case of nearly the same kind is related by Dr. Mead. Dr. Grimes of Georgia informed me that he had seen a tertian fever in which the intermissions were attended with dropsical swellings all over the body, which suddenly disappeared in every accession of a paroxysm of the fever. 4. The occasional connection of certain dropsies with diseases evidently of an inflammatory nature, particularly pneumonia, rheumatism, and 5. Spontaneous hemorrhages from the lungs, hemorrhoidal vessels, and nose, cases of which shall be mentioned hereafter when we come to treat of the cure of dropsies. 6. The appearance of dropsies in the winter and spring in habits previously affected by the intermitting fever. The debility produced by this state of fever frequently disposes to inflammatory diathesis. As soon as the body is exposed to the alternate action of heat and cold, nor is this inhibitor of diathesis always laid aside, be the transition of the intermitting fever into a dropsy. In the succeeding cold weather, 7. The injurious effects of stimulating medicines in certain dropsies prove that there exists in them, at times, too much action in the blood vessels. Dr. Tissot, in a letter to Dr. Haller de Varioli, apoplexia, and Hydro, condemns in strong terms the use of opium in the dropsy. Now the BA defects of this medicine in dropsies must have arisen from its having been given in cases of too much action in the arterial system. For opium, we know, increases by its stimulating qualities, the action and tone of the blood vessels, and hence we find it has been prescribed with success in dropsies of too little action in the system. 8. The termination of certain fevers in dropsies in which bloodletting was not used. This has been ascertained by many observations. Dr. Wilkes relates that after an epidemical fever, which began in Kidderminster in 1728, and soon afterwards spread not only over Great Britain, but all Europe, more people died dropsical in 3 years than did perhaps in 20 or 30 years before, probably from the neglect of bleeding in the fever. But the existence of too much action in the arterial system in certain dropsies will appear more fully from the history of the effects of the remedies which have been employed either by design or accident in the cure of these diseases. I shall first mention the remedies which have been used with success in tonic or inflammatory dropsies, and afterwards mention those which have been given with success in dropsies of a weak action in the arteries. I have constantly proposed to treat only of the theory and cure of dropsies in general, without specifying any of the numerous names it derives from the different parts of the body in which they may be seated. But in speaking of the remedies which have been used with advantage in both the tonic and atonic states, I shall occasionally mention the name or seat of the dropsy in which the remedy has done service. The first remedy that I shall mention for dropsies is bloodletting. Dr. Hoffman and Dr. Holm both cured dropsies accompanied by pulmonic congestion by means of this remedy. Dr. Monroe quotes a case of dropsy from Sponius in which bleeding succeeded, but not till after it had been used 20 times. Mr. Cruikshank relates a case of accidental bleeding, which confirms the efficacy of bloodletting in these diseases. He tells us that he attended a patient with dropsical swellings in his legs, who had had a hoarseness for 2 years. One morning, in stooping to buckle his shoes, he bursted a blood vessel in his lungs, from which he lost a quart of blood, in consequence of which both the swellings and the hoarseness went off gradually, and he continued well 2 years afterwards. I have known one case in which spontaneous hemorrhages from the hemorrhoidal vessels and from the nose suddenly reduced universal dropsical swellings. In this patient, there had been an uncommon tension and fullness in the pulse. I could add the histories of many cures of anasarca and ascites performed by means of bloodletting, not only by myself but by a number of respectable physicians in the United States. Indeed, I conceive this remedy to be as much indicated by a tense and full pulse in those forms of dropsy as it is in a pleurisy, or in any other common inflammatory disease. F. Treatise on the Lymphatics. In those deplorable cases of hydrothorax, which do not admit of a radical cure, I have given temporary relief and thereby protracted life by taking away occasionally a few ounces of blood. Had Dr. Zimmermann used this remedy in the case of the King of Prussia, I cannot help thinking from the account which the doctor gives us of the diet and pulse of his royal patient, that he would have lessened his sufferings much more than by plentiful doses of dandelion. For I take it for granted from the candor and integrity which the doctor discovered in all his visits to the king, that he did not expect that dandelion, or any other medicine would cure him, although a full and tense pulse is always an indication of the necessity of bleeding. Yet I can easily conceive there may be such congestions, and such a degree of stimulus to the arterial system as to produce a depressed or a low or weak pulse. 2 cases of this kind are related by Dr. Monroe, one of which was cured by bleeding. The same symptom of a low and weak pulse is often met with in the first stage of pneumony and apoplexy, and is only to be removed by the plentiful use of the same remedy. Dr. Holmes says that squills were useful in these diseases only when they produced a vomiting. By abstracting excitement and action from the arterial system, it disposes the lymphatics to absorb and disbarge large quantities of water. The efficacy of vomits in promoting the absorption of stagnating fluids is not confined to dropsies, Mr. Hunter was once called to visit a patient in whom he found a bubo in such a state that he purposed to open it the next day. In the meanwhile, the patient went on board of a vessel where he was severely affected by seasickness and vomiting, in consequence of which the bubo disappeared and the patient recovered without the use of the knife. Mr. Cruikshank further mentions a ease of a swelling in the knee being nearly cured by a patient vomiting 8 and 40 hours in consequence of his taking a large dose of the salt of tartar instead of soluble tartar instead of soluble tartar. The efficacy of this remedy in the cure of dropsies has been acknowledged by physicians in all ages and countries. Galop, calomel, scammony, and gamboge are often preferred for this purpose. But I have heard of 2 cases of ascites being cured by a tablespoonful of sweet oil taken every day. It probably acted only as a gentle laxative. The cream of tartar, so highly commended by Dr. Home, seems to act chiefly in the same way. Gurlius, from whom Dr. Home learned the use of this medicine, says that all the persons whom he cured by it were in the vigor of life, and that their diseases had been only of a few months' continuance. From these 2 circumstances, it is most probable they were dropsies of great morbid action in the arterial system. He adds further that the persons who were cured by this medicine were reduced very low by the use of it. Dr. Home says that it produced the same effect upon the patients whom he cured by it in the infirmary of Edinburgh. Dr. Sydenham prefers gentle to drastic purges and recommends the exhibition of them every day. Both drastic and gentle purges act by diminishing the action of the arterial system, and thereby promote the absorption and discharge of water. That purges promote absorption, we learn not only from their effects in dropsies, but from an experiment related by Mr. Cruikshank of a man who acquired several ounces of weight after the operation of a purge. The absorption in this case was from the atmosphere. So great is the effect of purges in promoting absorption that Mr. Hunter supposes the matter of a gonorrhea or of topical venereal ulcers to be conveyed by them, in some instance into every part of the body, either certain medicines which, by lessening the action of the arterial system, favor the absorption and evacuation of water. The only medicines of this class which I shall name are nitre, cream of tartar, and foxglove. 2 ounces of nitre dissolved in a pint of water and a wineglass full of it taken 3 times a day have performed perfect cures in 2 cases of ascites which have come under my notice. I think I have cured 2 persons of anasarca by giving 1 scruple of the same medicine 3 times a day for several weeks. The 2 last cures were evidently dropsies of violent action in the arterial system. Where nitre has been given in atonic dropsies, it has generally been useless and sometimes done harm. I have seen 1 instance of an incurable diarrhea after tapping, which I suspect 3, arose from the destruction of the tone of the stomach and bowels by large and long continued doses of nitre, which the patient had previously taken by the advice of a person who had been cured by that remedy. To avoid this or any other inconvenience from the use of nitre in dropsies, it should be given at first in small doses and should always be laid aside. If it should prove ineffectual after having been given 2 or 3 weeks to ericothe, I can say nothing of the efficacy of cream of tartar in dropsies from my own experience, where it has not acted as a purge. Perhaps my want of decision upon this subject has arisen only from my not having persisted in the use of it for the same length of time which is mentioned by Dr. Home. 3. There are different opinions concerning the efficacy of foxglove in dropsies. From the cases related by Dr. Withering, it appears to have done good, but from those related by Dr. Lettsom, it seems to have done harm. I suspect the different accounts of those 2 gentlemen have arisen from their having given it in different states of the system, or perhaps from a difference in the quality of the plant from causes mentioned in another place. T. Inquiry into the causes and cure of pulmonary consumption. I am sorry to add further that after many trials of this medicine I have failed in most of the cases in which I have given it. I have discharged the water into rare instances by it, but the disease returned, and my patients finally died. I can ascribe only 1 complete cure to its use, which was in the year 1789 in a young man in the Pennsylvania hospital, of 35 years of age, of a robust habit and plethoric pulse, where medicines have once been in use, and afterwards fall into disrepute, as was the case with the foxglove. I suspect the cases in which they were useful to have been either few or doubtful, and that the cases in which they had done harm were so much more numerous and unequivocal, as justly to banish them from the materia medica, v. hard labor, or exercise in such a degree as to produce fatigue, have, in several instances, cured the dropsy. A dispensary patient in this city was cured of this disease by sawing wood, and a patient in an ascites under my care in the Pennsylvania hospital had his belly reduced 7 inches in circumference in one day by the labor of carrying wood from the yard into the hospital. A second patient belonging to the Philadelphia dispensary was cured by walking to Lancaster, 66 miles from the city in the middle of winter. The efficacy of traveling in this disease in cold weather is taken notice of by Dr. Monroe, who quotes a case from Dr. Haller of a French merchant who was cured of a dropsy by a journey from Paris to England in the winter season. It would seem that in these two cases, the cold cooperated as a sedative with the fatigue produced by labor or exercise in reducing the tone of the arterial system. 6-Dilo diet. I have heard of a woman who was cured of a dropsy by eating nothing but boiled beans for 3 weeks and drinking nothing but the water in which they had been boiled. Many other cases of the good effects of low diet in dropsies are to be found in the records of medicine. 7th study. This cruel remedy acts by debilitating the system in 2 ways. First, by abstracting the stimulus of distension, and secondly, by preventing a supply of fresh water to replace that which is discharged by the ordinary emunctories of nature. Fasting. An accidental circumstance related by Sir John Hawkins in the life of Dr. Johnson first led me to observe the good effects of fasting in the dropsy. If the fact alluded to stood alone under the present head of this essay, it would be sufficient to establish the existence of too much action and the efficacy of debilitating remedies in certain dropsies. I am the more disposed to lay a good deal of stress upon this fact, as it was the clue which conducted me out of the labyrinth of empirical practice, in which I had been bewildered for many years, and finally led me to adopt the principles in practice which I am now endeavoring to establish. The passage which contains this interesting fact is as follows. A few days after, says Sir John, he, meaning Dr. Johnson, sent for me, and informed me that he had discovered in himself the symptoms of a dropsy, and indeed his very much increased bulk, and the swollen appearance of his legs, seemed to indicate no less. It was on Thursday that I had this conversation with him. In the course thereof he declared that he intended to devote the whole of the next day of fasting, humiliation, and such other devotional exercises as became a man in his situation. On the Saturday following I made him a visit, and upon entering his room I observed in his countenance such a serenity as indicated that some remarkable crisis of his disease had produced a change in his feelings. He told me that, pursuant to the resolution he had mentioned to me, he had spent the preceding day in an abstraction from all worldly concerns. That, to prevent interruption, he had in the morning ordered Frank, his servant, not to admit anyone to him, and the better to enforce the charge, had added these awful words, "For your master is preparing himself to die." He then mentioned to me that, in the course of this exercise, he found himself relieved from the dis-ease which had been growing upon him, and was becoming very oppressive, viz., the dropsy by the gradual evacuation of water, to the amount of 20 pints, a like instance whereof he had never before experienced. Sir John Hawkins ascribes this immense discharge of water to the influence of Dr. Johnson's prayers, but he neglects to take notice that these prayers were answered in this instance, as they are in many others, in a perfect consistence with the common and established laws of nature. To satisfy myself that this discharge of water in the case of Dr. Johnson was produced by the fasting only, I recommended it, soon after I read the above account, to a gentlewoman whom I was then attending in an ascites. I was delighted with the effects of it. Her urine, which for some time before had not exceeded half a pint a day, amounted to 2 quarts on the day she fasted. I repeated the same prescription once a week for several weeks, and each time was informed of an increase of urine, though it was considerably less in the last experiments than in the first, 2 patients in an ascites, to whom I prescribed the same remedy in the Pennsylvania hospital, the one in the winter of 1790 and the other in the winter of 1792, exhibited proofs in the presence of many of the students of the university, equally satisfactory of the efficacy of fasting in suddenly increasing the quantity of urine in fear. This passion is evidently of a debilitating nature, and therefore it has frequently afforded an accidental aid in the cure of dropsies of too much action. I suspect that the fear of death, which was so distinguishing a part of the character of Dr. Johnson, added a good deal to the efficacy of fasting in procuring the immense discharge of water before mentioned. In support of the efficacy of fear simply applied in discharging water from the body in dropsies, I shall mention the following facts. In a letter which I received from Dr. John Pennington, dated Edinburgh, August 3, 1790, I was favored with the following communication. W.T. Since the conversation I had with you on the subject of the dropsy, I feel more and more inclined to adopt your opinion. I can furnish you with a fact which I learned from a Danish sailor on my passage to this country, which is much in favor of your doctrine. A sailor in an ascites fell off the end of the yard into the sea, the weed there being calm. He was taken up unhurt, but, to use the sailor's own words, who told me the story, he was frightened half to death, and as soon as he was taken out of the water, he discharged a gallon of urine or more. A doctor on board ascribed this large evacuation to sea bathing, and accordingly ordered the man to be dipped in the sea every morning, much against his will, for, my informant adds, that he had not forgotten his fall, and that in 4 weeks he was RT perfectly well. I think this fact can only be explained on your principles. The sedative operation of fear was, no doubt, the cause of his cure. There is an account of an ascites being cured by a fall from an open chaise, recorded in the 3rd volume of the Medical Memoirs by M. Lodell. I have heard of a complete recovery from dropsy having suddenly followed a fall from a horse. In both these cases, the cures were probably the effects of fear. Dr. Hall of Yorktown in Pennsylvania informed me that he had been called to visit a young woman of 19 years of age, who had taken all the usual remedies for ascites without effect. He had once proposed to her the operation of tapping. To this she objected, but so great was the fear of this operation, which the proposal of it suddenly excited in her mind, that it brought on a plentiful discharge of urine, which in a few days perfectly removed her disease. On the 27th of August, 1790, one visited a gentlewoman in this city with the late Dr. Jones in an ascites. We told her for the first time that she could not be relieved without being tapped. She appeared to be much terrified upon hearing our opinion and said that she would consider of it. I saw her 2 days afterwards, when she told me, with a smile on her countenance, that she hoped she should get well without tapping. For that, she had discharged 2 quarts of water in the course of the day after we had advised her to submit to that operation. For many days before, she had not discharged more than 2 or 3 gills in 24 hours. The operation, notwithstanding, was still indicated, and she submitted to be tapped a few days afterwards. I tapped the same gentlewoman a second time, in January 1791. She was much terrified while I was preparing for the operation, and fainted immediately after the puncture was made. The second time that I decided her after the operation was performed. She told me, without being interrogated on that subject, that she had discharged 1.5 pints of urine within 20 minutes after I left the room on the day I tapped her. What made this discharge the more remarkable was, she had not made more than a tablespoonful of water in a day, for several days before she was tapped. I have seen similar discharges of urine in 2 other cases of tapping, which have come under my notice, but they resembled so nearly those which have been mentioned that it will be unnecessary to record them. But the influence of fear upon the system in the dropsy extends far beyond the effects which I have ascribed to it. Dr. Curry of this city informed me that he called some years ago by appointment to tap a woman. He no sooner entered the room than he observed her, as he thought, 174 on dropsies, to faint away. He attempted to recover her, but to no purpose. She died of a sudden paroxysm of fear. It is a matter of surprise that we should have remained so long ignorant of the influence of fear upon the urinary organs in dropsies, after having been so long familiar with the same effect of that passion in the hysteria. A recumbent posture of the body, it is most useful when the dropsy is seated in the lower limbs. I have often seen, with great pleasure, the happiest effects from this prescription in a few days. And feet often discharge in 8 and 40 hours the water of the whole body. I have never seen a mortification produced by them. As they are not followed by inflammation, they should be preferred to blisters, which are sometimes used for the same purpose. I cannot dismiss the remedies which discharge water from the body through the urinary passages without taking notice that they furnish an additional argument in favor of bloodletting in dropsies, for they act, not by discharging the stagnating water, but by creating such a plentiful secretion in the kidneys from the serum of the circulating blood as to make room for the absorption and conveyance of the stagnating water into the blood vessels. Now the same effect may be produced in all tonic or inflammatory dropsies, with more certainty and safety by means of bloodletting. In recommending the anaphylogist treatment of certain dropsies, I must here confine myself to the dropsies of such climates as dispose to diseases of great morbid action in the system. I am satisfied that it will often be proper in the middle and eastern states of America, and I have lately met with 2 observations which show that it has been used with success at Vienna. In German, V. Dr. Stoll tells us that in the month of January 1780, hydropic and asthmatic patients discover more or less marks of inflammatory diathesis, and that blood via is drawn from them with a sparring hand with advantage. And in the month of November of the same year, he says, the stronger diuretics injured dropsical pations in this season, but an antiphlogistic drink, composed of a quart of the decoction of grass, with 2 ounces of simple oxymol, and nitre and cream of tartar, of each a drachm, did service. It is probable that the same difference should be observed between the treatment of dropsies in warm and cold climates that is observed in the treatment of fevers. The tonic action probably exists in the system in both countries. In the former, it resembles the tides which are suddenly produced by a shower of rain, and as suddenly disappear, whereas in the latter, it may be compared to those tides which are produced by the flow and gradual addition of water from numerous streams, and which continue for days and weeks together to exhibit marks of violence in every part of their course. I come now to say a few words upon atonic dropsies, or such as are accompanied with a feeble morbid action in the blood vessels. This morbid action is essential to the nature of dropsies, for we never see them take place without it. This is obi vias from the absence of swellings, after famine, marasmus, and in extreme old age, in each of which there exists the lowest degree of debility, but no morbid action in the blood vessels. These atonic or typhus dropsies may easily be distinguished from those which have been described by Kerforthy p. 56 and 99. Ring inhabits naturally weak by being produced by the operation of chronic causes, by a weak and quick pulse, and by little or no preternatural heat or thirst. The remedies for atonic dropsies are all such stimulating substances as increase the action of the arterial system or determine the fluids to the urinary organs. These are bitter and aromatic substances of all kinds exhibited in substance or in infusions of wine, spirit, beer, or water. 2. Certain acrid vegetables such as scurvy grass, horseradish, mustard, watercresses, and garlic. I knew an old man who was perfectly cured of an anasarca by eating watercresses on bread and butter. Why the opium? The efficacy of this medicine in dropsies has been attested by Dr. Willis and several other practical writers. It seems to possess almost an exclusive power of acting alike upon the arterial, the lymphatic, the glandular, and the nervous systems. I feed metallic tonics, such as chalybeate medine signs of all kinds, and the mild preparations of copper and mercury. I once cured an incipient ascites and anasarca by large doses of the rust of iron, and I have cured many dropsies by giving mercury in such quantities as to excite a plentiful salivation. I have, it is true, often given it without effect, probably from my former ignorance of the violent action of the arteries, which so frequently occurs in dropsies, and in which cases mercury must necessarily have done harm. VV. Diuretics. consisting of alkaline salts, niter, and the oxymals of squills and colchicum, it is difficult to determine how far these medicines produce their salutary effects by acting directly upon the kidneys. It is remarkable that these organs are seldom affected in dropsies, and that their diseases are rarely followed by dropsical effusions in any part of the body. Zeitstein. Generous diet, consisting of animal food rendered cordial by spices, also sound old wine. 7 of dilute drinks taken in such large quantities as to excite the action of the vessels by the stimulus of distension. This effect has been produced, Sir George Baker informs us, by means of large draughts of simple water and of cider and water in. The influence of distension in promoting absorption is evident in the urinary and gall bladders, which frequently return their contents to the blood by the lymphatics when they are unable to discharge them through their usual munctories. Is it not probable that the distension produced by the large quantities of liquids which we are directed to administer after giving the foxglove may have been the means of performing some of those cures of dropsies which have been ascribed to that remedy? Eats pressure. Bandages bound tightly around the belly and limbs sometimes prevent the increase or return of dropsical swelling. The influence of pressure upon the action of the lymphatics appears in the absorption of bone, which frequently follows the pressure of contiguous tumors. Also in the absorption of flesh, which follows the long pressure of certain parts of the body upon a sick bed. Eeks frictions, either by means of a dry or oiled hand or with linen or flannel impregnated with volatile and other stimulating substances. I have found evident advantages from following the advice of Dr. Cullen by rubbing the lower extremities upwards, and that only in the morning. I have been at a loss to account for the manner in which sweet oil acts when applied to dropsical swellings. If it act by what is improperly called a sedative power upon the blood vessels, it will be more proper in tonic than atonic dropsies. But if it act by closing the pores, and thereby preventing the absorption of moisture from the air, it will be very proper in the state of dropsy which is now under consideration. It is in this manner that Dr. Cullen supposes that sweet oil, when applied to the body, cures that state of diabetes in which nothing but insipid water is discharged from the bladder. Heat, applied either separately or combined with moisture in the form of warm or vapor baths, has been often used with success in dropsies of too little action. Dampier, in his voyage round the world, was cured of a dropsy by means of a copious sweat, excited by burying himself in a bed of warm sand. Warm fomentations to the legs, rendered moderately stimulating by the addition of saline or aromatic substances, have often done service in the atonic dropsical swellings of the lower extremities. Of the efficacy of this remedy in dropsies from my own experience. Its good effects seem to depend wholly on its increasing the excitability of the system to common stimuli by the diminution of its excitement. If this be the case, I would ask whether fear might not be employed for the same purpose, and thus become as useful in atonic as it was formerly proved to be in tonic dropsies. 12. Wounds, whether excited by cutting instruments or by fire, provided they excite inflammation and action in the arteries, frequently cure atonic dropsies. The good effects of inflammation and action in these cases appear in the cure of hydrocele by means of the needle, or the caustic 30 exercise. This is probably as necessary in the atonic dropsy as it is in the consumption, and should never be omitted when a patient is able to take it. The passive exercises of swinging and riding in a carriage are most proper in the lowest stage of the disease, but as soon as the patient's strength will admit of it, he should ride on horseback. A journey should be preferred, in this disease, to short excursions from home. The fortificati should always be advised during the intervals of exercise when the swellings are seated in the lower extremities. Punctures in the legs and feet afford the same relief in general dropsy, accompanied with a weak action in the blood vessels that has been ascribed to them in dropsies of an opposite character. In the application of each of the remedies which have been mentioned, for the cure of both tonic and atonic dropsies, great care should be taken to use them in such a manner as to accommodate them to the strength and excitability of the patient's system. The most powerful remedies have often been rendered hurtful by being given in too large doses in the beginning, and useless by being given in too small doses in the subsequent stages of the disease. I have avoided saying anything of the usual operations for discharging water from different parts of the body, as my design was to treat only of the symptoms and cure of those dropsies, which affect the whole system. I shall only remark that if tapping and punctures have been more successful in the early than in the late stage of these diseases, it is probably because the sudden or gradual evacuation of water takes down that excessive action in the arterial system, which is most common in their early stage, and thereby favors the speedy restoration of healthy action in the exhaling or lymphatic vessels. Thus have I endeavored to prove that two different states of action take place in dropsies, and have mentioned the remedies which are proper for each of them under separate heads. But I suspect that dropsies are often connected with a certain intermediate or mixed action in the arterial system, analogous to the typhoid action which takes place in certain fevers. I am led to adopt this opinion, not only from having observed mixed action to be so universal in most of the diseases of the arterial and nervous system, but because I have so frequently observed dropsical swellings to follow the scarlatina and the puerperal fever, two diseases which appear to derive their peculiar character from a mixture of excessive and moderate force combined with irregularity of action in the arterial system. In dropsies of mixed action, where too much force prevails in the action of some and too little in the action of other of the arterial fibers, the remedies must be debilitating or stimulating. According to the greater or less predominance of tonic or atonic diathesis in the arterial system, I shall conclude this history of dropsies and of the different and opposite remedies which have cured them by the following observations. 1. We learn in the first place from what has been said the impropriety and even danger of prescribing stimulating medicines indiscriminately in every case of dropsy. 2. Though we are taught by the facts which have been mentioned the reason why physicians have differed so much in their accounts of the same remedies, and why the same remedies have operated so differently in the hands of the same physicians. It is because they have been given without reference to the different states of the system which have been described. Dr. Sydenham says that he cured the first dropsical patient he was called to by frequent purges. He began to exult in the discovery, as he thought, of a certain cure for dropsies, but his triumph was of short duration. The same remedy failed in the next case in which he prescribed it. The reason probably was the dropsy in the first case was of a tonic, but in the second of an atonic nature, for the latter was an ascites from a quartan ague. It is agreeable, however, to discover from the theory of dropsies which has been laid down that all the different remedies for these diseases have been proper in their nature, and improper only in the state of the system in which they have been given. As the discovery of truth in religion reconciles the principles of the most opposite sects, so the discovery of truth in medicine reconciles the most opposite modes of practice. It would be happy if the inquirers after truth in medicine should be taught by such discoveries to treat each other with tenderness and respect, and to wait with patience till accident or time shall combine into one perfect and consistent system. All the contradictory facts and opinions about which physicians have been so long divided. 3. If a state of great morbid action in the arteries has been demonstrated in dropsies, both from its symptoms and remedies, and if these dropsies are evidently produced by previous debility, who will deny the existence of a similar action in certain hemorrhages, in gout, palsy, apoplexy, and madness? Notwithstanding, they are all the offspring of predisposing debility. And who will deny the efficacy of bleeding, purges, and other debilitating Valdenin 2, 186 on dropsies? Medicines in certain states of those diseases that has seen the same medicines administered with success in certain dropsies. T.O. reject bleeding, purging, and the other remedies for violent action in the system in any of the above diseases, because that action was preceded by general debility, will lead us to reject them in the most acute inflammatory fevers, for these are as much the offspring of previous debility as dropsies or palsy. The previous debility of the former differs from that of the latter diseases only in being of a more acute of 5, or in other words, of a shorter duration 4. From the symptoms of tonic dropsy which have been mentioned, it follows that the distinction of apoplexy into serous and sanguineous affords no rational indication for a difference in the mode of treating that disease. If an effusion of serum in the thorax, bowels, or limbs produce a hard and full pulse, it is reasonable to suppose that the same symptom will be produced by the effusion of serum in the brain. But the dissections collected by Lutat place this opinion beyond all controversy. They prove that the symptoms of great and feeble morbid action, as they appear in the pulse, follow alike the effusion of serum and on dropsy 187 blood in the brain. This fact will admit of an important application to the disease, which is to be the subject of the next inquiry. 5. From the influence which has been described of the different states of action of the arterial system upon the lymphatic vessels in dropsies, we are led to reject the indiscriminate use of bark, mercury, and salt water in the scrofula. When the action of the arteries is weak, those remedies are proper. But when an opposite state of the arterial system occurs, and above all, when scrofulous tumors are attended with inflammatory ulcers, stimulating medicines of all kinds are hurtful. By alternating the above remedies with a milk and vegetable diet, according to the tonic or atonic states of the arterial system, I have succeeded in the cure of a case of scrofula, attended by large ulcers in the inguinal glands, which had for several years resisted the constant use of the 3 stimulating remedies which have been mentioned. 6. Notwithstanding, I have supposed dropsies to be connected with a peculiar state of force in the blood vessels, yet I have not ventured to assert that dropsies may not exist from an exclusive affection of the exhaling and absorbing vessels. I conceive this to be as possible as for a fever to exist from an exclusive affection of the arteries, or a hysteria from an exclusive affection of the nervous system. Nothing, however, can be said upon this subject until physiology and pathology have taught us more of the structure and diseases of the lymphatic vessels. Nor have I ventured further to assert that there are not medicines which may act specifically upon the lymphatics independently of the arteries. This I conceive to be as possible as for asafoetida to act chiefly upon the nerves, or ipecacuanha and jalap upon the alimentary canal, without affecting other parts of the system. Until such medicines are discovered, it becomes us to avail ourselves of the access to the lymphatics, which is furnished us through or the medium of the arteries, by means of most of the remedies which have been mentioned. If it should appear hereafter that we have lessened the mortality of certain dropsies by the theory and practice which have been proposed, yet many cases of dropsy must still occur in which they will afford us no aid. The cases I allude to are dropsies from enclosing cysts, from the ossification of certain arteries, from schierae of certain viscera, from large ruptures of exhaling or lymphatic vessels, from a peculiar and corrosive acrimony of the fluids, and, lastly, from an exhausted state of the whole system. The records of medicine furnish us with instances of death from each of the above causes, but let us not despair. It becomes a physician to believe that there is no disease necessarily incurable, and that there exist in the womb of time certain remedies for all those morbid affections which elude the present limits of the healing art. An inquiry into the causes AGV cure of the internal dropsy of the brain an inquiry. And C, having for many years been unsuccessful in all the cases except 2 of internal dropsy of the brain, which came under my care, I began to entertain doubts of the common theory of this disease, and to suspect that the effusion of water should be considered only as the effect of a primary disease in the brain. I mentioned this opinion to my colleague, Dr. Wister, in the month of June 1788, and delivered it the winter following in my lectures. The year afterwards, I was confirmed in it by hearing that the same idea had occurred to Dr. Quinn. I have since read Dr. Quinn's treatise on the dropsy of the brain with great pleasure, and consider it as the first dawn of light which has been shed upon it. In pursuing this subject, therefore, I shall avail myself of Dr. Quinn's discoveries, and endeavor to arrange the facts and observations I have collected in such a manner as to form a connected theory from them, which I hope will lead to a new and more successful mode of treating this disease. I shall begin this inquiry by delivering a few general propositions. 1. The internal dropsy of the brain is a disease confined chiefly to children. 2. In children, the brain is larger in proportion to other parts of the body than it is in adults. And of course, a greater proportion of blood is sent to it in childhood than in the subsequent periods of life. The effects of this determination of blood to the brain appear in the mucus discharge from the nose and in the sores on the head and behind the ears, which are so common in childhood. 3. In all febrile diseases, there is a preternatural determination of blood to the brain. This occurs in a more especial manner in children, hence the reason why they are so apt to be affected by convulsions in the eruptive fever of the smallpox, in dentition, in the diseases from worms, and in the first paroxysm of intermitting fever. 4. In fevers of every kind, and in EV stage of life, there is a disposition to effusion in that part to which there is the greatest determination. Thus, in inflammatory fever, effusions take place in the lungs and in the joints. In the bilious fever, they occur in the liver, and in the gout in every part of the body. The matter effused is always influenced by the structure of the part chain which it takes place. These propositions being premised, I should have proceeded to mention the remote causes of this disease, but as this inquiry may possibly fall into the hands of some gentlemen who may not have access to the description of it, as given by Dr. White, Dr. Fothergill, and Dr. Quinn, I shall introduce a history of its symptoms taken from the last of those authors. I prefer it to the histories by Dr. White and Dr. Fothergill, as it accords most with the ordinary phenomena of this disease in the United States. In general, the patient is at first languid and inactive, often drowsy and peevish, but at intervals cheerful and apparently free from complaint. The appetite is weak and nausea, and in many cases vomit occurs once or twice in the day, and the skin is observed to be hot and dry towards the evenings. Soon after these symptoms have appeared, the patient is affected with a sharp headache, chiefly in the forepart, or, if not there, generally in the crown of the head. It is sometimes, however, confined to one side of the head, and in that case, when the posture of the body is erect, the head often inclines to the side affected. That the headache alternates with the affection of the stomach, the vomiting being less troublesome when the pain is most violent, and vice versa. Other parts of the body are likewise subject to temporary attacks of pain, viz. the extremities or the bowels, but more constantly the back of the neck and between the scapulas. In all such cases, the head is more free from uneasiness. The patient dislikes the light at this period, cries much, sleeps little, and when he does sleep, he grinds his teeth, picks his nose, appears to be uneasy, and starts often, screaming as if he were terrified. The bowels are in the majority of cases very much confined. Though it sometimes happens that they are in an opposite state, the pulse in this early stage of the disorder does not usually indicate any material derangement, dropsy of the brain. When the symptoms above mentioned have continued for a few days, subject as they always are in this disease to great fluctuation, the axis of one eye is generally found to be turned in towards the nose. The pupil on this side is rather more dilated than the other, and when both eyes have the axis directed inwards, which sometimes happens, both pupils are larger than they are observed to be in the eyes of healthy persons. The vomiting becomes more constant, and the headache more excruciating. Every symptom of fever then makes its appearance. The pulse is frequent, and the breathing quick. Exacerbations of the fever take place towards the evening, and the face is occasionally flushed. Usually one cheek is much more affected than the other. Temporary perspirations likewise break forth, which are not followed by any alleviation of distress. A discharge of blood from the nose, which sometimes appeals about this period, is equally inefficacious. Delirium, and that of the most violent kind, particularly if the patient has arrived at the age of puberty, now takes place, and with all the preceding symptoms of fever, continues for a while to increase until about 14 days of 10 a much shorter space of time shall have a lap on the internal said since the appearance of the symptoms, which were first mentioned in the above detail. The disease then undergoes that remarkable change, which sometimes suddenly points out the commencement of what has been called its second stage. The pulse becomes slow but unequal, both as to its strength and the intervals between the pulsations. The pain of the head or of whatever part had previously been affected seems to abate, or at least the patient becomes apparently less sensible of it. The interrupted slumbers, or perpetual restlessness which prevailed during the earlier periods of the disorder, are now succeeded by an almost lethargic torpor. The strabismus and dilatation of the pupil increase. The patient lies with one or both eyes half closed, which, when minutely examined, are often found to be completely insensible to light. The vomiting ceases. Whatever food or medicine is offered is usually swallowed with apparent voracity. The bowels at this period generally remain obstinately caustic. If every effort made by art fails to excite the sinking powers of life, the symptoms of what has been called the second stage are soon succeeded by others, which more certainly announce the approach of death. The pulse again becomes equal, but so weak and quick to see that it is almost impossible to count it. A difficulty of breathing, nearly resembling the stertor apoplecticus, is often observed. Sometimes the eyes are suffused with blood. The flushing of the face is more frequent than before, but of shorter duration and followed by a deadly paleness. Red spots or blotches sometimes appear on the body and limbs. Deglutition becomes icy difficult, and convulsions generally close the scene. In one case I may observe the jaws of a child of 4 years of age were so firmly locked, and for more than a day before death, that it was impossible to introduce either food or me, Dyson into his mouth. And in another case, a hemiplegia attended with some remarkable circumstances occurred during the 2 days preceding dissolution. Having thus given us exact a history of apoplexia hydrocephalica, as I could compile from force the writings of others, and from my own observations, I should think myself guilty of imposition on my readers, if I did not caution them that it must be considered merely as a general outline. The human brain seems to be so extremely capricious, if the expression may be all load, in the signals it gives to other parts of the system, of the injury it suffers throughout the course of this disease, that although every symptom above mentioned does occasionally occur, and indeed few cases of the disease are to be met with, which do not exhibit many of them, yet it does not appear to me that any one of them is constantly and inseparably connected with it. To this history I shall add a few facts, which are the result of observations made by myself or communicated to me by my medical brethren. These facts will serve to show that there are many deviations from the history of the disease which has been given, and that it is indeed, as Dr. Quinn has happily expressed it, of a truly protiform nature. I have not found the dilated and insensible pupil, the puking, the delirium, or the strabismus to attend universally in this disease. I saw one case in which the appetite was unimpaired from the first to the last stage of the disease. I have met with one case in which the disease was attended by blindness and another by double vision. I have observed an uncommon acuteness in hearing to attend 2 cases of this disease. In one of them, the noise of the sparks which were discharged from a hickory fire produced great pain and startings which threatened convulsions. I have seen 3 cases in which the disease terminated in hemiplegia. In 2 of them, it proved fatal in a few days. In the 3rd, it continued for nearly 18 months. I have met with one case in which no preternatural slowness or intermission was ever perceived in the pulse. I have seen the disease in children of nearly all ages. I once saw it in a child of 6 weeks old. It was preceded by the cholera infantum. The sudden deaths which we sometimes observe in infancy, I believe, are often produced by this disease. Dr. Stoll is of the same opinion. He calls it, when it appears in this form, apoplexia infantilis. In the month of March, 1771, I obtained a gill of water from the ventricles of the brain of a Negro girl of 9 years of age, who died of this disease, who complained in no stage of it of a pain in her head or limbs, nor of a sick stomach. The disease in this case was introduced suddenly by a pain in the breast, a fever, and then the usual symptoms of a catarrh. Dr. Wister informed me that he had likewise met with a case of internal dropsy of the brain, in which there was a total absence of pain in the head. Dr. Carson informed me that he had attended a child in this disease that discovered, for some days before it died, the symptom of hydrophobia. Dr. Q. Rye obtained, by dissection, 7 ounces of water from the brain of a child which died of this disease, in whom he assured me no dilatation of the pupil, strabismus, sickness, or loss of appetite had attended, and but very little headache. The causes which induce this disease act either directly on the brain or indirectly upon it, through the medium of the whole system. 5. The causes which act directly on the brain are tales or bruises upon the head, certain positions of the body, and childish plays which bring on congestion or inflammation, and afterwards an effusion of water in the brain. I have known it brought on in the child by falling into a cellar upon its feet. The indirect causes of this disease are more numerous and more frequent, though less suspected, than those which have been mentioned. The following diseases of the whole system appear to act indirectly in producing an internal dropsy of the brain. 1. Intermitting, remitting, and continual fevers. Of the effects of these fevers in inducing this disease, many cases are recorded by Lutaud. My former pupil, Dr. Woodhouse, has furnished me with a dissection in which the disease was evidently the effect of the remitting fever. That state of continual fever which has been distinguished by the name of typhus is often the remote cause of this disease. The languor and weakness in all the muscles of voluntary motion, the headache, the inclination to rest and sleep, and the disposition to be disturbed or terrified by dreams, which are said to be the precursors of water in the brain, I believe are frequently symptoms of a typhus fever which terminates in an inflammation or effusion of water in the brain. The history which is given of the typhus state of fever in children by Dr. Butter seems to favor this opinion. 2. The rheumatism. Of this I have known 2 instances. Dr. Letzam has recorded a case from the same cause of. The pains in the limbs which are supposed to be the effect, I suspect, are frequently the cause of the disease. 3. The pulmonary consumption. Of the connection of this disease with an internal dropsy of the brain. Dr. Percival has furnished us with the following communication. J. Mr. C's daughter, aged 9 years after labor under the phthisis pulmonalis 4 months, was affected with unusual pains in her head. These rapidly increased so as to occasion frequent screamings. F. Medical Memoirs, Vol. IP 174. G. Essays Medical, Philosophical, and Experimental Volchitov, which had before been extremely violent, and was attended with stitches in the breast, now abated, and in a few days ceased almost entirely. The pupils of the eyes became dilated. A strabismus ensued, and in about a week death put an end to her agonies. Whether this affection of the head arose from the effusion of water or of blood is uncertain, but its influence on the state of the lungs is worthy of notice. Dr. Quinn likewise mentions a essay from Dr. Cullen's private practice, in which an internal dropsy of the brain followed a pulmonary consumption. Lutaud mentions 3 cases of the same kind, and 2 in which it succeeded a catarrh for earthy fevers. Dr. Odier informs us, J, that he had seen 4 cases in which it had followed the smallpox, measles, and scarlatina. Dr. Letzam mentions a case in which it followed the smallpox, and I have seen one in which it was obviously the effects of debility induced upon the sias turned by the measles. 171.5 Worms. Notwithstanding the discharge of worms gives no relief in this disease, yet there is good reason to believe that it has, in some instances, been produced by them. The morbid action continues in the brain as in other cases of disease after the cause which induced it has ceased to act upon the body. 6. From the dissections of Lutaud, Quinn, and others, it appears further that the internal dropsy of the brain has been observed to succeed each of the following diseases, viz. The colic, palsy, melancholy, dysentery, dentition, insolation, and scrofula, also the sudden healing of old sores. I have seen 2 cases of it from the last cause, and one in which it was produced by the action of the vernal sun alone upon the system. From the facts which have been enumerated, and from dissections to be mentioned hereafter, it appears that the disease in its first stage is the effect of causes which produce a less degree of that morbid action in the brain which constitutes phrenitis, and that its second stage is the effect of a less degree of that effusion, which produces serous apoplexy in adults. The former partakes of the nature of the chronic inflammation of Dr. Cullen, and of the aesthetic inflammation of Dr. Brown. I have taken the liberty to call it Furnicula from its being a diminutive species or state of phrenitis. It bears the same relation to phrenitis when it arises from indirect causes, which pneumonicula does to pneumonia, and it is produced nearly in the same manner as the pulmonary consumption, by debilitating causes which act primarily on the whole system. The peculiar size and texture of the brain seem to invite the inflammation and effusions which follow debility to that organ in childhood, just as the peculiar structure and situation of the lungs invite the same morbid phenomena to them, after the body has acquired its growth, in youth and middle life. In the latter stage which has been mentioned, the internal dropsy of the brain partakes of some of the properties of apoplexy. It differs from it in being the effect of a slow instead of a sudden effusion of water or blood, and in being the effect of causes which are of an acute instead of a chronic nature. In persons advanced beyond middle life, who are affected by this disease, it approaches to the nature of the common apoplexy by a speedy termination in life or death. Dr. Cullen has called it simply by the name of apoplexia hydrocephalica. I have preferred for its last stage the term of chronic apoplexy, for I believe with Dr. Quinn that it has no connection with the hydropic diathesis of the whole system. I am forced to adopt this opinion from my having rarely seen it accompanied by dropsical effusions in other parts of the body, nor a general dropsy accompanied by an internal dropsy of the brain. No more occurs in this disease than takes place when hydrothorax follows an inflammation of the lungs, or when serous effusions follow an inflammation of the joints. I do not suppose that both inflammation and effusion always attend in this disease. On the contrary, dissections have shown some cases of inflammation with little or no effusion, and some of effusion without inflammation. Perhaps this variety may have been produced by the different stages of the disease in which death and the inspection of the brain took place. Neither do I suppose that the two stages which have been mentioned always succeed each other in the common order of inflammation and effusion. In every case where the full tense, slow, and intermitting pulse occurs, I believe there is inflammation. And as this state of the pulse occurs in most cases in the beginning of the disease, I suppose the inflammation, in most cases, to precede the effusion of water. I have met with only one case in which the slow, intense pulse was absent, and out of 6 dissections of patients whom I have lost by this disease, the brains of 4 of them exhibited marks of inflammation. Mr. Davis discovered signs of inflammation after death from this disease to be universal in 18 or 20 dissections, he tells us. He found the pia mater always distended with blood. Where signs of inflammation had not occurred, the blood vessels had probably relieved themselves by the effusion of serum, or the morbid action of the blood vessels had exceeded that grade of excitement in which only inflammation can take place. I have seen one case of death from this disease in which there was not more than a teaspoonful of water in the ventricles of the brain. Dr. Quinn mentions a similar case. Here death was induced by simple excess of excitement. The water which is found in the ventricles of the brain refuses to coagulate by heat, and is always pale in those diseases in which the serum of the blood in every other part of the body is of a yellow color. In addition to these facts, in support of the internal dropsy of the brain being the effect of inflammation, I shall mention one more, communicated to me in a letter dated July 17, 1795, by my former pupil, Dr. Cox. While he was prosecuting his studies in London, it so happened, says my ingenious correspondent, that at the time of my receiving Vol N2D 210 Zeron, the internal your letter, Dr. Clark was at the hospital. I read to him that part which relates to your success in the treatment of hydrocephalus interims. He was much pleased with it, and mentioned to me a fact which strongly corroborates your idea of its being a primary inflammation of the brain. This fact was that upon opening, not long since, the head of a child that had died of this disease, he found between 3 and 4 ounces of water in the ventricles of the brain, also an inflammatory crust on the optic nerves, as thick as he had ever observed it on the intestines in a state of inflammation. The child lost its sight before it died. The crust accounted in a satisfactory manner for its blindness. Perhaps something similar may always be noticed in the dissections of such as die of this disease, in whom the eyes are much affected. Having adopted the theory of this disease, which I have delivered, I resolved upon such a change in my practice as should accord with it. The first remedy indicated by it was bloodletting. I shall briefly mention the effects of this remedy in a few of the first cases in which I prescribe. Dropsy of the brain. Tool case I, on the 15th of November, 1790, I was called to visit the daughter of William Webb, aged 4 years, who was indisposed with a cough, a pain in her bowels, a coma. Great sensibility of her eyes to light, costiveness, and a suppression of urine. A slow and irregular but tense pulse, dilated pupils, but no headache. I found upon inquiry that she had received a hurt on her head by a fall, about 7 weeks before I saw her. From this information, as well as from her symptoms, I had no doubt of the disease being the internal dropsy of the brain. I advised the loss of 5 ounces of blood, which gave her some relief. The blood was sizy. The next day she took a dose of jalap and calomel, which operated 12 times. On the 18th, she lost 4 ounces more of blood, which was more sizy than that drawn on the 15th. From this time she mended rapidly. Her coma left her on the 20th, and her appetite returned. On the 21st, she made a large quantity of turbid, dark-colored urine. On the 22nd, her pulse became again a little tense, for which she took a gentle puke. On the 23rd, she had a natural stool. On the 24th, her pupils appeared to be contracted to their natural size. And on the 30th, I had the pleasure of seeing her seated at a tea table in good health. Her pulse, notwithstanding, was a little more active and tense than natural. Case 2 died. On the 24th of the same month, I was called to visit the son of John Cipher in South Street, aged 4 years, who had been hurt about a month before by a wound on his forehead with a brickbat, the mark of which still appeared. He had been ill for near 2 weeks with coma, headache, colic, vomiting, and frequent startlings in his sleep. His evacuations by stool and urine were suppressed. He had discharged 3 worms, and had had 2 convulsion fits just before I saw him. The pupil of the right eye was larger than that of the left. His pulse was full, tense, and slow, and intermitted every 4th stroke. The symptoms plainly indicated an internal dropsy of the brain. I ordered him to lose 4 or 5 ounces of blood, but 3 ounces of blood were drawn, which produced a small change in his pulse. It rendered the intermission of a pulsation perceptible only after every 10th stroke. On the 25th, he lost 5 ounces of blood and took a purge of calomel and jalap. On the 26th, he was better. On the 27th, the vomiting was troublesome, and his pulse was still full and tense, but regular. I ordered him to lose 4 ounces of blood. On the 28th, his puking and headache continued. His pulse was a little tense, but regular, and his right pupil less dilated. On the 29th, his headache and puking ceased, and he played about the room. On the 4th of December, he grew worse. His headache and puking returned, with a hard pulse, for which I ordered him to lose 5 ounces of blood. On the 5th, he was better, but on the 6th, his headache and puking returned. On the 7th, I ordered his forehead to be bathed frequently with vinegar, in which ice had been dissolved. On the 8th, he was much better. On the 9th, his pulse became soft, and he complained but little of headache. After appearing to be well for near 3 weeks, except that he complained of a little headache, on the 29th, his pulse became again full and tense, for which I ordered him to lose 6 ounces of blood, which for the first time discovered a buffy coat. After this last bleeding, he discharged a large quantity of water. From this time, he recovered slowly, but his pulse was a little fuller than natural on the 19th of January following. He afterwards enjoyed good health. Cases 3 and IV in the month of March, 1792. I attended 2 children of 3 years of age, the one the daughter of William King, the other the daughter of William Blake, each of whom had most of the symptoms of the inflammatory stage of the internal dropsy of the brain. I prescribed the loss of 4 ounces of blood and a smart purge in both cases, and in the course of a few days had the pleasure of observing all the symptoms of the disease perfectly subdued in each of them. Case V. In the months of July and August 1792, I attended a female slave of Mrs. Waniel of St. Croix, who had an obstinate headache, coma, vomiting, and a tense, full, and slow pulse. I believed it to be the furnicula or internal dropsy of the brain in its inflammatory stage. I bled her 5 times in the course of 2 months, and each time with obvious relief of all the symptoms of the disease. Finding that her headache and a disposition to vomit continued after the tension of her pulse was nearly reduced, I gave her as much calomel as excited a gentle salivation, which in a few weeks completed her cure. Case Side, the daughter of Robert Moffat, aged 8 years, in consequence of the suppression of a habitual discharge from sores on her head in the month of April 1793, was affected by violent headache, puking, great pains and weakness in her limbs, and a full, tense, and slow pulse. I believe these symptoms to be produced by an inflammation of the brain. I ordered her to lose 6 or 7 ounces of blood and gave her 2 purges of jalap and calomel, which operated very plentifully. I afterwards applied a blister to her neck. In 1 week from the time of my first visit to her, she appeared to be in perfect health. Case 7 Al, a young woman of 18 years of age, a hired servant in the family of Mrs. Elizabeth Smith, had been subject to a headache every spring for several years. The unusually warm days which occurred in the beginning of April 1793 produced a return of this periodical pain. On the 8th of the month it was so severe as to confine her to her bed. I was called to visit her on the 9th. I found her comatose and when awake delirious. Her pupils were unusually dilated and insensible to the light. She was constantly sick at her stomach and vomited frequently. Her bowels were obstinately costive, and her pulse was full, tense, and so slow as seldom to exceed, for several days, from 56 to 60 strokes in a minute. I ordered her to lose 10 ounces of blood every day for 3 days successively, and gave her on each of those days strong doses of jalap and aloes. The last blood which was drawn from her was sizy. The purges procured from 3 to 10 discharges every day from her bowels. On the 12th she appeared to be much better. Her pulse was less tense, and beat 80 strokes in a minute. On the 14th she had a fainting fit. On the 15th she sat up and called for food. The pupils of her eyes now recovered their sensibility to light, as well as their natural size. Her headache left her, and on the 17th she appeared to be in good health. Her pulse, however, continued to beat between 50 and 60 strokes in a minute, and retained a small portion of irregular action for several days after she recovered. I am the more disposed to pronounce the cases which have been described to have been internal dropsy of the brain, from my having never been deceived in a single case in which I have examined the brains of patients whom I have suspected to have died of it. I could add many other cases to those which have been related, but enough, I hope, have been mentioned to establish the safety and efficacy of the remedies that have been recommended. I believe, with Dr. Quinn, that this disease is much more frequent than is commonly supposed. I can recollect many cases of anomalous fever and headache in children, which have excited the most distressing apprehensions of an approaching internal dropsy of the brain, but which have yielded in a few days to bleeding, or to purges and blisters. I think it probable that some, or perhaps most of these cases might have terminated in an effusion of water in the brain had they been left to themselves and not been treated with the above remedies. I believe further that it is often prevented by all those physicians who treat the first stage of febrile diseases in children with evacuations, just as the pulmonary consumption is preval. It, too, evented by bleeding and low diet in an inflammatory cadar, where bloodletting has failed of curing this disease. I am disposed to ascribe it to its being used less copiously than the disease required. If its relation to pneumonicula be the same in its cure that J has supposed it to be in its cause, then I am persuaded that the same excess in bloodletting is indicated in it above what is necessary in phrenitis, that has been practiced in pneumonicula above what is necessary in the cure of an acute inflammation of the lungs. The continuance, and in some instances the increase of diappetite in the internal dropsy of the brain, would seem to favor this opinion no less in this disease than in the inflammatory state of pulmonary consumption. The extreme danger from the effusion of water into the ventricles of the brain, and the certainty of death from its confinement there, is a reason likewise why more blood should be drawn in this disease than in diseases of the same force in other parts of the body, where the products of inflammation have a prompt or certain outlet from the body, where the internal dropsy is obviously the effect of a fall or of any other cause which acts directly on the brain. There can be no doubt of the safety of very plentiful bleeding. All practical writers upon surgery concur in advising it. The late Dr. Pennington favored me with an extract from Mr. Klein's manuscript, Lectures upon Anatomy, delivered in London in the winter of 1792, which places the advantage of bloodletting in that species of inflammation which follows a local injury of the brain in a very strong point of light. I know, says he, that several practitioners object to the use of evacuations as remedies for concussions of the brain because of the weakness of the pulse, but in these cases the pulse is depressed. Besides, experience shows that evacuations are frequently attended with very great advantages. I remember a remarkable case of a man in this St. Thomas's Hospital who was under the care of Mr. Baker. He lay in a comatose state for 3 weeks after an injury of the head. During that time, he was bled 20 times. That is to say, he was bled once every day upon an average. He was bled twice a day plentifully, but towards the conclusion, he was bled more sparingly, and only 41 every other day, but at each bleeding, there were taken, upon an average, about 16 ounces of blood. In consequence of this treatment, the man perfectly recovered his health, and Lee reasoned. 7 local bleeding by cups, leeches, scarifications, or arteriotomy should be combined with venesection, or preferred to it, where the whole arterial system does not sympathize with the disease in the brain. A second remedy to be used in the second stage of this disease is purges. I have constantly observed all the patients whose cases have been related to be relieved by plentiful and repeated evacuations from the bowels. I was led to the use of frequent purges by having long observed their good effects in palsies and other cases of congestion in the brain, where bloodletting was unsafe and where it had been used without benefit. In the Leipzig commentaries, there is an account of a case of internal dropsy of the brain, which followed the measles, being cured by no other medicines than purges and diuretics. I can say nothing in favor of the latter remedy in this disease from my own experience. The foxglove has been used in this city by several respectable practitioners, but I believe in no instance with Anvi ad volume tapi F volume 19p. 139 through blisters have been uniformly recommended by all practical writers upon this disease. I have applied them to the head, neck, and temples, and generally with obvious relief to the pain in the head. They should be omitted in no stage of the disease, for even in its inflammatory stage, the discharge they occasion from the vessels of the head greatly overbalances their stimulating effects upon the whole system. Mercury was long considered as the only remedy which gave the least chance of a recovery from a dropsy of the brain. Out of all the cases in which I gave it, before the year 1790, I succeeded in but 2. One of them was a child of 3 years old, the other was a young woman of 26 years of age. I am the more convinced that the latter case was internal dropsy of the brain from my patient having relapsed, and died between 2 or 3 years afterwards of the same disease. Since I have adopted the depleting remedies which have been mentioned, I have declined giving mercury altogether, except when combined with some purging medicine, and I have given it in this form chiefly with a view of dislodging worm. My reasons for not giving it as a sialagogue are the uncertainty of its operation, its frequent inefficacy when it excites a salivation, and above all, its disposition to produce gangrene in the tender jaws of children. 7 instances of its inducing death from that cause in children between 3 and 8 years of age, and with circumstances of uncommon distress, have occurred in Philadelphia since the year 1795. Linen cloths, wetted with cold vinegar or water and applied to the forehead, contribute very much to relieve the pain in the head. In the case of Mr. Cypher's son, the solution of ice in the vinegar appeared to afford the most obvious relief of this distressing symptom. A puncture in the brain has been proposed by some writers to discharge the water from its ventricles. If the theory I have delivered be true, the operation promises nothing, even though it could always be performed with perfect safety. In cases of local injuries or of inflammation from any cause, it must necessarily increase the disease, and in cases of effusion only, The debilitated state of the whole system forbids us to hope for any relief from such a local remedy. Bark, wine, and opium promise much more success in the last stage of the disease. I can say nothing in their favor from my own experience, but from the aid they afford to mercury and other diseases, I conceive they might be made to accompany it with advantage, considering the nature of the indirect causes which induce the disease, and the case of a relapse, which has been mentioned, after an interval of near 3 years, as well as the symptoms of slow convalescence, manifested by the pulse, which occur in the first and 7th cases. I submit it to the consideration of physicians whether the use of moderate exercise and the cold bath should not be recommended to prevent a return of the disease in every case where it has yielded to the power of medicine. I have great pleasure in adding that the theory of this disease, which I have delivered, has been adopted by many respectable physicians in Philadelphia and in other parts of the United States, and that it has led to the practice that has been recommended, particularly to copious bloodletting, in consequence of which death from a dropsy of the brain is not a more frequent occurrence than from any other of the acute febrile diseases of our country. Upon the nature and cure or the gout, observations, and C, in treating upon the gout, I shall deliver a few preliminary propositions. 1. The gout is a disease of the whole system. It affects the ligaments, blood vessels, stomach, bowels, brain, liver, lymphatics, nerves, muscles, cartilages, bones, and skin. 2. The gout is a primary disease only of the solids. Chalk stones, abscesses, dropsical effusions into cavities and cellular membrane, and eruptions on the skin are all the effects of a morbid action in the blood vessels. The truth of this proposition has been ably proved by Dr. Cullen in his first lines. 3. It affects most frequently persons of a sanguineous temperament, but sometimes it affects persons of nervous and phlegmatic temperaments. The idle and luxurious are more subject to it than the laboring and temperate part of mankind. Women are said to be less subject to it than men. I once believed and taught this opinion, but I now retract it. From the peculiar delicacy of the female constitution, and from the thin covering they wear on their feet and limbs, the gout is less apt to fall upon those parts than in men. But they exhibit all its other symptoms perhaps more frequently than men. In other parts of the body, the remote causes of gout, moreover to be mentioned presently, act with equal force upon both sexes, and more of them I believe upon women than upon men. It generally attacks in those periods of life and in those countries and seasons of the year, high which inflammatory diseases are most common. It seldom affects persons before puberty or in old age, and yet I have heard of its appearing with all its most characteristic symptoms in this city, in a child of 6 ND in a man above 80 years of age. Men of active minds are said to be most subject to it, but I think I have seen it as frequently in persons of slender and torpid intellects as in persons of an opposite character. I have heard of a case of gout in an Indian at Pittsburgh, and I have cured a fit of it in an Indian in this city. They had both been intemperate in the use of wine and fermented liquors, for it is in one respect a hereditary disease, depending upon the propagation of a similar temperament from father to son. When a predisposition to the gout has been derived from ancestors, less force in exciting causes will induce it than in those habits where this has not been the case. This predisposition sometimes passes by children and appears in grandchildren. There are instances, likewise, in which it has passed by the males and appeared only in the females of a family. It even appears in the descendants of families who have been reduced to poverty, but not often where they have been obliged to labor for a subsistence. It generally passes by those children who are born before the gout makes its appearance in a father. It is curious to observe how extensively the predisposition pervades some families. An English gentleman who had been afflicted with the gout married a young woman in Philadelphia many years ago, by whom he had one daughter. His wife dying 3 weeks after the birth of this child, he returned to England, where he married a second 23 observations on wife, by whom he had 6 children, all of whom except one died with the gout before they attained to the usual age of matrimony in Great Britain. One of them died in her 16th year. Finally, the father and grandfather died with the same disease. The daughter whom this afflicted gentleman left in this city passed her life subject to the gout, and finally died under my care in the year 1789, in the 68th year of her age. She left a family of children, 2 of whom had the gout. One of them, a lady, has suffered exquisitely from it. 5, the gout is always induced by general predisposing debility. 6, the remote causes of the gout which induce this debility are indolence, great bodily labor, long protracted bodily exercise, intemperance in eating and in venery, acid aliments and drinks, strong tea and coffee, public and domestic vexation, the violent or long-continued exercise of the understanding, imagination and passions in study, business, or pleasure, and lastly, the use of ardent and fermented liquors. The last are absolutely necessary to produce that form of gout which appears in the ligaments and muscles. I assert this not only from my own observations, but from those of Dr. Cadogan and Dr. Darwin, who say they never saw a case of gout in the limbs in any person who had not used spirits or wine in a greater or less quantity. Perhaps this may be another reason why women who drink less of those liquors than men are so rarely affected with this disease in the extreme parts of their bodies. Wines of ale kinds are more disposed to produce this form of gout than spirits. The reason of this must be resolved into the less stimulus in the former than in the latter liquors. Wine appears to resemble in its action upon the body the moderate stimulus of miasmata, which produce a common remitting fever, or intermitting fever, while spirits resemble that violent action induced by miasmata, which passes by the blood vessels, ligaments, and muscles, and invades at once the liver, bowels, and brain. There is one symptom of the gout in the extremities which seems to be produced exclusively by ardent spirits, and that is a burning in the palms of the hands and soles of the feet. This is so uniform that I have sometimes been able to convict my patients of intemperance in the use of spirits, when no other mark of their having taken them in excess appeared in the system. I have enumerated among the remote causes of the gout the use of strong tea. I infer its predisposing quality to that disease from its frequency at Japan, where tea is used in large quantities, and from the gout being more common among that sex in our country, who drink the most and the strongest tea.